Okay, so let's now implement the feature of updating recipe servings. And this time we're actually starting in the controller just so we can outline what we want to happen. So let's come down here and add yet another controller. So control servings, let's say. And I keep calling these functions here controllers, but that's just because we're using the model view controller pattern. So they could also be called handlers because in the end, that's what they are. They are simply event handlers that will run whenever some event happens. Now in this case, this controller here will eventually be executed when the user clicks on one of these buttons here. So either to decrease or to increase the servings. And so that will then increase or decrease this number here and also adjust all of these ingredients, right? So this controller is actually going to be very simple. All we have to do here is to update the recipe servings, so in the state, so basically updating the underlying data. And then all we have to do is to update the view as well. So actually updating the recipe view, because that is of course the view that will be impacted by controlling these servings, right? So in this case, we will actually have no like servings view because these buttons and everything that happens when we click on them is already in the recipe view. All right. So here, updating the servings in the state has of course to do with the model. And so in the model, we would like to have some method which does that for us. So as always, we will not want to manipulate data directly here in the controller. Instead, we delegate that task to the model, which is all about the data. So again, in the model, we will like to have a method called update servings, and then we can pass in the new servings. So let's just say 6 here for experimenting. And so let's now go to the model and actually implement this. So load recipe, then results, and here we will have the update servings function. And so this will then take in the number of servings. Let's call it new servings, actually. Now what this function will do is to reach into the state, and in particular into the recipe ingredients, and then change the quantity in each ingredient. So we have state.recipe, and then we have that ingredients array. Ingredients. And so again, in each ingredient, we now want to change the quantity property. So just to remember again our data, because I know this can be quite confusing, let's do a search here, because that will then change us, or actually it will show us here some real data. So here is a recipe. This is actually only the search data, but this is the actual data here. So for the entire recipe. And so remember that we have the ingredients in there, and each ingredient is an object which contains the quantity. And so this is the quantity we want to change. For example, here this quantity 2 is for 4 servings. But if we had 8 servings, then the quantity should become 8, right? So the servings doubled, and so the quantity needs to double as well. And so that's the kind of logic that we will write now. And so, yeah, this was just to show you that it is the quantity property inside of the ingredient that we will want to mutate. So we want to do something for each of these ingredients. So we don't want a new array. And we could do that also. So we could create a new array and then override state.recipe, but let's just do it like this. So basically with side effects. So in each iteration of the loop, we have the current ingredient, and then here we want to do something with it. So basically we want to change it. So ingredient dot quantity should become something new. And now how do we calculate this new quantity? Well, we will basically use this formula. So let me write that here. So new quantity equals the old quantity times the new servings divided by the old servings. And let's use the example that I mentioned earlier. So changing from 4 servings to 8 servings. And I think we had the quantity of 2. So 2 times, and then the new servings again were 8 divided by 4. And so this would then be 8 divided by 4 is 2, times 2 is 4. So again, if we double the servings like this, then we also need to double the quantity. So we then multiply the original quantity by this ratio here, basically. Okay, so just basic mathematics here. And so let's now put this formula here. So the old quantity is in this case also ingredients dot quantity, so the original one, and then times the new servings, so the one we are getting here, divided by state dot recipe dot servings. Okay, so with this we are changing all the ingredients. And now to finish, of course we also need to update the servings in the state, because otherwise if we tried to update the servings twice, then by the second time we would still be using the old value of the servings. And so of course we need to update this value. So state.recipe.servings needs to be the new servings. And we're doing that here at the end of the function because otherwise we could not preserve this old, so this original value here. Okay, so with this we update the servings of the current recipe. And again that works because we already have the recipe in the state. Okay, and so then we need to simply update the recipe view. And by now what we will do is to actually simply overwrite the complete recipe. So basically we will simply render it again. So exactly what we had here actually in control recipes. So taking the recipe out of the state and then simply rendering it. So let's copy this down here. So we do that because we don't want to manually go ahead and change all of these values here one by one. So we would have to select this element and this element and this one, and then manually change all of that. And the same here for this value, right? And so we don't want to have all of that work. And so for now, we will simply, update this entire element here again. So this entire view. Okay. And now let's actually call this controller here without having to create the event listener just yet. So just to test if everything is working. And so let's do that after all of this. So here in the init function at the end, we call control servings. And so with this, we can guarantee that there is already a recipe loaded. So let's actually use the example of 8 here so that we double the values. And well, that's not really working. There seems to be some kind of bug here. Oh, and for each is of course wrong here, but we also have some other problem here apparently. which is that we are trying to read for each on undefined. So let's first fix that small error. So it's called for each. And then that other problem actually comes from the fact that we are doing it wrong. So we are not taking into account the asynchronous nature of our application here. So basically here we are trying to control the servings simply after registering these handler functions here. But by that time, no recipe has yet arrived from the API. And so therefore, state.recipe is not yet defined. And so here we are then trying to read ingredients from the recipe that doesn't exist. Okay, does that make sense? And this is actually a great demonstration of the pitfalls of working with asynchronous JavaScript. So if we really wanted to test this here right now, we could probably do that right here after we control the recipes. So basically after the recipe is loaded. So let's just temporarily put this here, or probably even better, right here. Let's just mark this very clearly as a test. All right, and let's see what happens now. Oh, and now we have the 8 servings that we want. And here these values, they should have changed. Well, I'm not sure what they looked like before, but we can reach here. Oh, but here we also already have the 8 servings. So this is not a good comparison, but let's try it here with 4. And so we have 4, and yeah, these values are actually half of what they were before. And so that means that our update servings function is already doing its job. So that's great. So we can remove that from here, because now we will actually want the controller to run whenever we click one of the buttons in the recipe view. And so what we will do now is to create a new event listener in the recipe. So here in this recipe view. And again, that's because that's where these buttons already are. And so there's no need to create a new, like a servings view. So here I will simply create a new method, and as always it's called add handler and then something. So here let's call it update servings to make its purpose really clear. And then as always the handler function. And again, that handler function will of course then be that controller that we just wrote here. Okay, now how will we actually do this? So the parent element here is this whole recipe, but the elements that we are interested in are these 2 buttons. So these buttons increase servings and button decrease servings. And the class that they have both in common is this button tiny, right? Now each of these buttons also has some elements inside of it. And so, yeah, the best way of doing this is actually once again doing event delegation. So we already have the parent element, and so we can listen for events on that one and then check if the click target was one of those buttons. And so this is actually going to be very similar to what we did in the last video with the pagination buttons. So add event listener, click, and then here again we want to actually select that button element that was clicked or not. So here we then use again event.target, which is the clicked element, and then once again we use the closest method, which is, I think I've said it before, an amazing method, which is really, really useful for event delegation. And so again, we are looking for elements with the button tiny class. So button tiny And that is important because the user might click actually on this, so on this SVG element instead of the button element itself. And so then that will basically look for the closest button tiny, right? But of course, if we're clicking outside of any of these buttons, then this closest will not return any element. It will return null. And so we need to check for that, just like before. So if no button, then return. But otherwise, let's simply, for now, log it to the console. And so now we need to connect this here with the controller. And so let's do that. So and let's actually do this here. So keep it close to the other recipe view. So recipe view.add handler update servings, which will then receive control servings so that it can execute our controller function. And so if we now put some value here, let's say 8, then that should actually already update the servings and re-render the recipe view. So let's see. Let's take a look here at this value and these values here. Oh, and nothing happened because, of course, we didn't call. So here we didn't call control recipes yet, right? So we didn't call the handler function. So let's actually do that. All right. And you see that the number here changed to 8, and here all the values changed as well. So that's great. Means again that our update servings function is doing its job, and the same can be said for control servings. Now we can also see that the correct button here was selected. Now it's actually not showing it anymore here, but that's probably because the DOM was re-rendered here. And so this new button is not exactly this button that we have here. But that doesn't really matter because all I wanted was to check if the selection was correct here. And it was. So let's try that again now with the increase button and watch again what happens with the ingredients. Okay. And so here we got the button increase servings. Okay. So we're almost done here. Now all we want to do is, of course, to decrease the value when we click here and increase the value when we click the plus button. And so we don't want to always set the value to 8, but instead do that dynamically. And there are multiple ways in which we can do that. So let's think about this a little bit. So we could do it right in the controller, because right here we already know what the current number of servings is. And so then here we could simply take that and decrease or increase that value by 1. And so that would then yield the effect that we want. However, I would like to keep this controller here as flexible and as robust as possible. And so I don't want this controller to be the one responsible for telling which should be the next serving, so the next number of servings. So that should come from the view and not from the controller, because it is in the view where the user is actually updating the servings. And so in order to keep this controller as flexible as possible, we can simply pass in basically the new servings and then pass that new servings into update servings. Okay, so new servings here, and then use that here as well. And so now we will determine this new servings in the view and pass that value then into this controller. All right. But now here in this function, how will we determine the new servings? Well, once again, here we will need to connect the user interface with the code. And as always for that, we use the special data properties. So let's come to our button, or both our buttons, and then add a new property here. And so then we can read the value from that property in the add event listener function. So let's say data update 2. And then here the value should be the current servings and +1, right? Because this is the button to increase the servings. Well, actually both are called increase, but this one has a minus sign. So this icon here is called icon minus. So that means that we are decreasing the value. But anyway, what we want here is basically the current servings -1, right? And then in the other button, we want the same, but +1. So as I said in the beginning, this is pretty similar to the pagination buttons. And here let's actually change increase that we have in both to update. Okay, and let's then actually use this class to select the buttons, because button tiny is a class that is actually more about styling, and this button update servings is more about the functionality. So let's use that one here. And so now we can read, of course, that value. So const update 2 equals the button dot data set dot update 2. Right, so here update 2 as well. And it has this camel case here, because when there is a dash in the property name, then that will be converted to a camel case notation like this. And here we can actually use the structuring, so that makes the code even cleaner. Then we can pass that value here to update 2, and that's it, right? Now here we just need to convert that to a number, but besides that, we should be good to go. So it should be working now. So instead of changing to the hard-coded value of 8 we had before, let's see what happens now. Oh, we get undefined servings. So let's try to understand what's happening. But at least the button here was correct. So the value used to be 4, and so the plus button that we clicked had the data update 2 set to 5. Okay, so here let's simply check the value of update 2. Maybe we did something wrong in getting that value. Yeah, it looks like that is undefined. So let's go back and check what's going on here. But it looks correct. So update 2 is not spelled wrong. Am I right? Update 2. And so, well, let's try to get rid of the destructuring, but that shouldn't be the cause. Update 2. Oh, and actually that should be the cause because of this conversion that we have here. So I was trying to convert plus button data set and then trying to get update 2 from there. So I'm sure that now it will work, but let's see. And yes, it does. So now we get the number there. So beautiful. And you see the values changing down there. And everything works correctly. Now there's just this flickering of the image here, but we will take care of that in the next lecture. For now, let's experiment and see what happens here at a certain point. So here we reach 0 servings, and then we go even further down. And so this, of course, doesn't make any sense. So we need to add a check here. So basically, we only want to call the handler if the number we will update to is greater than 0. So we don't want to update to 0 or anything below. And so then, in that case, we simply don't call the handler. Okay, now here let's put it back to destructuring like we had it before. So I really prefer that. And then I will simply do the conversion from the string. So right now this is a string. So I will simply convert that here and also here. Can also get rid of this console.log here to make the function a bit cleaner. And so let's see again. So it keeps working here, but then as we reach 1, it doesn't go any further down. Okay, so beautiful, that works, but we're still using this kind of hack of updating the entire view here at once. So remember, here in the controller, in order to basically update the recipe view, we are simply rendering it all over again. And so that takes some time, especially noticeable here in the image. So you see, I think it's basically trying to download the image again. And so that means, of course, trouble. And so in the next lecture, we will develop a simple algorithm which will basically only update the DOM in places where we actually want to update the markup. So only, for example, this number here and these numbers, and leaving everything else the same. So without re-rendering everything. And that will be a lot of fun. And so let's go do that next. In this lecture, we will develop an algorithm which will update the DOM only in places where it actually changed. And remember that that is necessary because right now, as we update the servings here, then that will always basically re-render the entire recipe view here, right? And so we can see some flickering around the page. Well, right now it's not really happening for some reason, but you saw that in the previous video where every time that I would update the servings, it would then basically reload this image, which would then cause a short flicker. And having to re-render the entire view, so all of these HTML elements, is actually a bit overkill, and it will put too much strain on the browser. So it will create unnecessary work, and so therefore, let's now create an update method that we can use in this situation. All right. So again, here instead of calling the render method, we actually want to be able to call an update method. So let's duplicate this line here or comment it. And so here we want to call update. And of course, the update will still need all the data, just like the render method. But again, the difference between update and render is that the update method will basically only update text and attributes in the DOM, so without having to re-render the entire view. And so let's now go to the view here, because we will want this update method to be available on all the views. Because actually we will use this in multiple situations in this project. So actually not just here for updating the servings. But anyway, this is called update and it receives also some data. Here then, let's get this same check here. And also we will want to do these two parts. And that is because, well, once we update the data, we then want the views data to become that new data. And we also want to generate some new markup. So let's actually call this here the new markup. And this will basically be the entire markup as if we wanted to render a new view. But again, here we are just going to update the markup. But for doing that, we still need the entire markup so that we can then compare it to the old markup, basically. So again, what we will do here in this method is to create new markup, but not render it. So instead, all that we're going to do is to generate this markup and then compare that new HTML to the current HTML. and then only change text and attributes that actually have changed from the old version to the new version. Okay? So here we now have the markup, but that is just a string. And so that is going to be very difficult to compare to the DOM elements that we currently have on the page. And so to fix that problem, we can actually use a nice trick, which is to basically convert this markup string to a DOM object that's living in the memory and that we can then use to compare with the actual DOM that's on the page. So let's do that and create new DOM. And so document, and then we need to call a function called createRange. Okay, so this will create something called a range, and on the range we can then call yet another method which is called createContextualFragment. And so this is where we then pass in the string of markup, so like a string of HTML. And so as I said before, this method will then convert that string into real DOM node objects. So basically new DOM here will become like a big object which is like a virtual DOM. So a DOM that is not really living on the page, but which lives in our memory. And so we can now use that DOM as if it was the real DOM on our page. And so we can do something like this. We can say new elements, and then we can take that new DOM, and then on that we can call query selector all and select all the elements in there. And so if we now log this to the console, then we will basically see all the elements that will be contained inside of this new DOM element that we basically created from generating the new markup for the updated data. Okay? So that sounds confusing, I'm sure, but we will see it in practice really soon. So we are calling update here, and so that will then trigger all of this. And so let's now see in the console what happens. So just to make sure everything works here. So as we're clicking here, it will of course now no longer update the values here in the DOM, because we are now using the update method, which for now doesn't do that. Okay, but what we did get was the entire list of all the elements in the new DOM. So in this, so to say, virtual DOM. Okay, so if we check now this element, so this is the element that contains the number, that should now contain 5. So let's see, the text content property or inner HTML is the same. And so indeed, here we have 5 now. And so again, the reason for that is that this here is now basically the DOM that would be rendered on the page if we simply used the render method from before. Okay? And so now with this, we can compare this DOM that we have here, which is a little bit like a virtual DOM, so to the actual DOM that is really on the page. So for example, again, this one here has now changed to 5, and this one is still at 4. And so that is one of the elements which is different, and so that is then one of the things that will change. But everything else is the same, or at least most of the things. For example, here the minutes, this value here, this is of course still 45. So you see, of course, it's still 45, and so this element will not change. And the same, for example, for the image, and for this icon, and for lots of things here. And so with this, we will be able to only change what happened from the new DOM, which is this one here, to the actual current DOM, which is basically what we have here on the page. So, in order to being able to actually do that comparison, we now also need to get all the actual elements that are currently on the page. So get them into our code. And so therefore, let's also select them. So let's call that the current elements, which are at this dot parent element, and then query selector all, and then again selecting all of them. And maybe you saw previously that this here returned a node list, and so let's right away convert this and this one to a real array. So remember, we can do that with array.from. All right. And so let's actually now do that comparison. Well, I mean, only visually in the console for now. So let's log the current elements, and let's also again log the new elements. So let's click here now. And you see that now it is actually an array. Okay. So let's look again for this servings, and that's actually not the one. No, this is the one. So let's see the text content or the inner HTML. And so indeed, it is still 4, right? And again, because that is the current DOM. But if we now come to our new DOM, then, well, it's got to be down here. So then, if we open up this one, then again, we should be already at 5, right? So here we have 5. And so now let's actually compare these two basically one by one. Okay. So I'm going to loop over the new elements array now. And here in the callback function, then the current element is the new L, let's say. And then we also need access to the current index so that we can then also grab the current element from this array. So basically, we need to loop over the two arrays at the same time. And I think we've done that before. So for that, we also need the index so that now we can say that the current element is equal current elements at position I. Okay. And now, how will we actually compare these two elements? So current element and new element. Well, there's actually a very handy method that is available on all nodes, which is equal node. So let's log that here to the console. So in each iteration, we will log whether the new element is equal node to the current element. And then let's disable these two console.logs here. And let's also log the current element so that we actually know what elements we are comparing here. All right. So again, this method here will basically compare the content of this one and of this one. So it doesn't have to be the exact same node. All that matters is that the content in these nodes is the same. Right? And if you're curious about the difference between elements and nodes, then please go watch the beginning of the Advanced DOM section, because there is a very nice lecture about that. Okay? But anyway, let's now check this. So clearing this. And so a lot of things happened here. And so you see that most of these nodes are actually the same. Let's go all the way to the top here. So these here are all the same, so you see true, but here you also see false. So basically this entire container is not the same as before because something inside of there changed. But let's actually go to that detail. So here it is. So here this is now false because this current element here is now different from the new element, which will have 5 servings. And the same here for these two buttons. So this button and also this button, because this data attribute in there will also be different. So if we are on page 5, then this here will update to 6 and this one to 4. Okay? So again, we have this to false because the current element is at this point different from the new element. But the same also happens on all the parent elements of that. So it happens here in recipe info, and then, as we saw previously, also in this whole container, simply because the 4 in there changed, and so that means that this entire container is of course different to what it was before. But never mind about that for now, that's the detail we will tackle later. For now, let's use this knowledge here for our advantage and do something in this situation. So basically, if the new element is equal to the current element, so if that is not the case, so if they are different, then we want to change the text content of the current element to the text content of the new element, right? And so this essentially is updating the DOM only in places where it has changed, or where it was about to change. So current element.text content, and remember that this current element is the actual element that is currently on the page. And so that is the one that we want to update, so to mutate. And its text content should be the same as the new element dot text content. However, now we will get a problem, as you will see. So let's click here, and indeed some replacement was done. So you see we now have 5 servings, but again the problem here is that we now basically replaced the entire container here, because here there was already some change. And so then right away the entire text content from this parent element was taken and replaced. And so of course this doesn't work. So instead of what we're doing right now, we now need to find a way of determining if the element only contains text, because that is the only thing that we want to replace. So again, what we want to replace is only this one here, because this here contains only text. Okay? So how can we do that? Well, there is yet another very nice method, or actually property, that is available on all nodes. And let me actually show that to you on the MDN documentation, and it is called node value. So this is the one, and so the value of node value will be null if the node is an element, or really most of these things. But if it is text, then we actually get the content of the text node. And so we can now use this to our advantage. So besides checking for this, we can now also do another check. So of course the elements still need to be different, but now we only want elements that are actually text. So this is how we can do it. So new element, and now we need to select the child node. So let's take the first child, which remember will return a node, as we learned also in that advanced DOM section. And we need to select the child because the child node is actually what contains the text, right? So the element is really just an element. It is an element node and not a text node. And so what is in fact the text is the first child node. And again, we talked about that in the advanced DOM section, which I hope you remember. And so now we can take the node value here. And so if this is text, this will then be some kind of text here. And so this text should not be empty. So different from an empty string. And actually, let's also trim any white space here. Okay. And so with this, it should work. But I'm sure this is, again, a little bit confusing. So let's actually log this value here to the console. Okay, just so you see what this will actually be. And let's log this together with some emoji just so we can see it in the console different from all the other logs. So by now this should actually already been working, but I want to focus for now only on the log. So you see it already did work here, but let's now go to our logs and all the way to the top. So this here has the explosion, so it's the log we are interested in. And so indeed, it just got the text here out of this element, right? So this was the current element in the loop. And so then at this point, the first child.node value is 5. And again, in all other elements which do not contain text directly, this node value will be null. And so therefore, then this whole expression here will be false. And so then this replacement here does not take place. Now here, let's just add some optional chaining because the first child might not always exist. So with this, we make 100% sure that this code is going to work. So let's check it out again here. And so if we click on minus now, you see that only this value is replaced and also these values here, but you don't see any of the flickering or any other weird effects here because there is nothing else that is being replaced. It's only really this text. Everything else is staying the same. And so that is exactly what we wanted to achieve with this algorithm. Now, as you noticed, as I click here, the only options I have is to go to 3 servings and to 5 servings. And the reason for that is that right now we are not replacing yet the attributes here on these buttons. So they are still at 3 and 5. Let's check that here. So indeed, we still get 3 and 5, because all we did yet was to update the text, but not attributes. So whenever an element changes, we also want to change the attributes. So let's quickly do that here as well. And this we can actually not do here in this if block, because the condition that we created here makes it so that this code is only executed on elements that contain text directly, right? So that was the whole point of this line of code that I explained like over the last 5 minutes or so. And so instead, we only want to change the attributes when the new element is different from the old one or the current one. Okay, so let's just comment this here. Updates changed text. And then here we want to update changed attributes. Now here there's something cool that we can use. So yet another new thing, which is the attributes property on an element. So let's start by logging that to the console this time. So let's say new element dot attributes. And let's get rid of this console.log here now. And so for now, what this will do is to log this attributes property of all the elements that have changed. So let's see. Well, we still get a lot of different logs here, but that doesn't matter. So here we have, for example, this ingredient here. And so this has changed. And so here we then get a list of all the attributes. So we have the class, we have the length. So let's see here what that actually is. Well, but this one doesn't really matter. The one I'm interested in is actually the one on the buttons. So let's go up a little bit further. And this is the one, right? So here we have the actual attributes. So data update 2. And probably they should have the values also somewhere in there. So this is a lot of stuff. We don't need to take a look at this. So this is very confusing. But I just wanted to show that basically this here will return something like an object of all the attributes that have changed. So let's now convert this object here to an array, and then we can loop over this array and basically copy all the attributes from one element to the other element. So from the new element basically to the current one. So basically doing something similar as we did here with the text. So we want to loop over new element dot attributes, and again we need to convert that to an array like this. And then for each of them, so each is an attribute. And then on the current element, we want to set the attribute. So remember this method from way back, set attribute, which again we learned about in the advanced DOM section. And so here we want to take the name of the attribute and the value. Okay? And maybe just to make this a bit more clear, so right now this kind of comes out of nowhere. So let's also log this to the console so we can see what we're actually looping over here. So let's go back. And so here is that array. And so here we have the class and data update 2. And so now let me actually show you the name. So that is the name. And let's do it for data update 2, which is the one we are actually interested in. So we will take that name and set it to the value, which is 4. So we will get that value and set it into the current element. Okay? So we don't need these curly braces anymore. And so again, basically what we are doing here is to simply replace all the attributes in the current element by the attributes coming from the new element. And so this will then replace the 5 that is currently here with 6. And so now we are able to go as far as we want here. All right. And so we successfully implemented a method for updating the DOM only in places where the text or the attributes actually changed. Now this algorithm here is probably not the most robust one, and so maybe it might not be the best algorithm to really use in the real world, unless you have like a kind of small application like this one. But for a really huge application, probably this algorithm is not performant enough and might not be good enough. But here in this project, I think that this was an excellent exercise to get even more familiar with some of the lower level details of the DOM, and also to think logically a little bit about what we wanted to achieve here. And so again, I hope that you liked this kind of small exercise, which was a little bit different from the rest of the project. And this was actually one of the more difficult parts for me to also figure out when I was building this project. And so I hope that you can go over this code one more time by yourself and really figure out exactly what is happening here. So let's check out our flowchart here on page 2, or actually part 2. And so we successfully just did this part here. Now, I also want to use this algorithm that we just developed to quickly tackle this part here of the application, which is to mark the selected result in the search results. So let me show that to you in practice. So here in the demo, whenever I select one of the recipes, it will then get this selected class here, right? And so then when I move out the mouse, it will stay selected. And so that's a nice touch that we are currently still missing here, right? So of course it doesn't stay selected. And so we can now use this update algorithm in order to update this entire search results view whenever we click on one of these results. And so let's go implement that. And we actually need to start with the view here. So search view, or actually results view, because this is where we need the logic of marking the current recipe as selected here. So the link that is selected will get a special class here. Let me show that to you here in the results. And so that is this one here. So preview link active. And so here we want to give that class to this anchor element here if this result ID is basically the same as the current ID in the URL. Okay, so let's start by determining that ID. And so remember, that is at window.location.hash. And then we want to take everything except the first element. So basically starting to read from the first element. Okay, and now here we want to conditionally add that class. So we can write a simple template literal here. And I'm right away putting the class here. And so here we want to say, if the result ID is the same as the current ID, then the result of this expression should become this class name. And otherwise, then simply an empty string. All right. And so now here in the controller, so the controller for the results, so search results, or actually in this one here, so the one controlling the recipes. So here we now want to update the results view. And let's do that right at the beginning, right here. Let's say 0 results view to mark selected search result. And so that's going to be results view dot update. And then here we want to pass in the current page. And so remember, that is model dot get search results page. Okay, so basically we are doing here exactly the same as this here, but instead of using render, we use update. Okay, now it would also work with render, and let's first see that. So let's search for something here. So pizza. And now I will click on this one here. And you see that it stays selected. And that happened because as the hash here changed, remember, then this recipe got loaded. And also, as we just did, this entire search results view got rendered again. And then this time, the ID of this result is the same as this one. And so therefore, it got that active class. Right? But watch what happens to all these images when I click, for example, this recipe here. So you see, like before, there is this flickering because everything is re-rendered. And so these images are basically loading again. And that is the whole reason why we have now the update method. And so with this, we will now fix that problem. So pizza again, and you see that already it did select the recipe that is currently active. Okay, and now you see that there is no flickering because now only the element that actually changed was updated. Great. Now I just noticed that when we reload the page, then we get no recipes found right here. And the reason for that is that our application is immediately trying to update this view here. So when the page loads and there is an ID, then it will of course immediately load that recipe, right? Even if there was no search before. And so then here, as we are trying to update, of course, there are no search results. And so this here will then return an empty array. And so let's go to our update method here. And here we can then remove this check. So again, right now we are calling update with an empty array. So data is this empty array. And so therefore this part will then be true, and then this error gets rendered. And this doesn't make sense. So let's remove that. And so now that error is gone. And now immediately this one here gets selected. And so everything keeps working the same. All right. So we just did a big step towards improving our application even more and making it even more user-friendly. And it was a lot of work, but I really hope that it was worth it for you. And with that being said, let's now move on to the next feature, which will be to implement bookmarks. Welcome back, and I hope that you're still having fun in this project. Now, the next part of this project is going to be implementing bookmarks. And so that's what we will do in this lecture and the next one. Okay, and let's start again with a look at our flowchart here. And so in this video, what we will do is simply basically adding a handler to the recipe so that then the user can bookmark the recipe. And then that will re-render or update the recipe with the bookmark button then updated. And for doing that, there's actually a lot of stuff that we need to implement. So there's a lot of work for us to do. So let's get started. And actually, before we get started, I think we should actually also see this in action. So here in the demo version. So let's say that we are here on this first recipe. And when I click this recipe, I then want this icon here to change, right? And so this is now bookmarked. So when I then go to the next result, then of course this bookmark here is back to being empty. But when I go back to that recipe that I had bookmarked, then it is back to being filled. And so this means that the current recipe is indeed a bookmark. Then in the next lecture, we will take care of also displaying all the bookmarks up here. All right, but that's something different. And so for now, let's take care of the core functionality of being able to bookmark a recipe. Okay. And finally, there's one more thing that we actually need to do before starting that. So I discovered a small bug here. Let's say that we search for something, and then we go to page 2 or page 3, for example. And then let's say we search for something else. So that gives us our results. But as we go back here, notice how we are still on page number 3. And so that is a bug that we need to fix. Now, can you figure out maybe on your own why this bug is happening? So I think that this would be a nice challenge for you to pause this video actually right now and try to figure out why this bug is happening. So hopefully you figured it out. And the reason for it is that here in the model, when we do the search, so here, when we load the search results, of course, the state is set to 1. So the page is set to 1 here automatically. However, as we move to another page, then this variable here gets updated, right? But then when we search for something else, we never reset this page to 1, right? And so that's what we have to do right here where we load the search results. So after this here, we need to say state.search.page and set it back to once. And so now whenever we load some new search results, so basically whenever we do a new search, then the page will reset to 1. So let's try that again now. So we are again at page 3. And you already see we have different results. And indeed, now we are at page number 1. Okay, so that was a small bug that needed to be fixed. But now let's go back to the actual topic of this video, which is to implement bookmarking. So, bookmarks are all about data. And so, we will start by working again in the model. And we will add a new method here, or actually a new function that we export that we will then use from the controller, which is simply add a bookmark. And so this will receive basically a recipe, and then it will set that recipe as a bookmark. So a recipe, and then in our state, we already have an array for bookmarks. Or actually we don't, but I think I had it in the architecture diagram. So anyway, we have an array of bookmarks, which we start as an empty array, but then basically adding a bookmark simply means to push the recipe here into this array. Okay, so what I just said is this state.bookmarks.push, and then the recipe object that we just received here. So let's add a comment here, add bookmark, because besides this, we also want to mark the current recipe as being bookmarked. So at least if the current recipe is the same recipe as this one that we are adding here. So mark current recipe as bookmark, because this will then allow us to actually display this current recipe as bookmarked in the recipe view. So we can say if recipe.id, so the ID of the recipe that we passed in here, is equal to the ID of the current recipe, so the one that is currently loaded in our application, which is state.recipe.id, while in this case we want to say state.recipe.bookmarked should be true. So basically setting a new property on this recipe object. So for now, that is the add bookmark function here. And so now let's create a new controller. So a controller for adding a new bookmark. So control add bookmark. And so here, let's now try to add a bookmark with the current recipe. So model.state.recipe. And then let's also immediately log that to the console so that we can see that it is actually marked as a bookmark. And now, of course, we need a way of calling this controller function. So when will that happen? Well, it should happen when we click on this button, right? So this bookmark button. And right now, the icon here is actually wrong. So let's start by fixing that here in the recipe view. So where is that? Here. So here it should not be fill. For now, it should simply be the empty icon like this. All right. Now the name of this button here is button round, but let's add another class here. So let's say button bookmark. And so now we want to listen for clicks on this element. However, to keep this view simple, I will not select this element. So at least not directly. And instead, I will once again do event delegation. So here let's add another function called addHandler. And here add bookmark. which, as always, will receive a handler function, which in this case is going to be the controller we just created a minute ago. So here, this dot parent element dot add event listener, click, and then our function here. And so, in fact, this is really necessary because the element that we are trying to select, so this button with this class of button bookmark, does actually not exist by the time that the application is loaded, right? So basically, by the time that the page starts, this element does not exist. And so it's impossible to add an event listener to an element that doesn't exist. And so that is yet another great use case for event delegation. So we do exactly what we do here, which is to simply listen for the event on a parent element and then try to figure out if the click actually happened on the element that we are looking for. And so once again, we will do a button element here and then e.target.closest, because one more time, the user might actually click on the icon element, so on the SVG that is in there. Okay, and if there is a button, or let's actually say if there is no button, then return, so the same guard clause as always, and otherwise call or handler. So this was pretty straightforward, I believe, because we have done this many times before. Okay, and so now all we have to do is in the controller module to call this method here, right? So recipe view dot add handler add bookmark, and then we pass in control add bookmark. And so then when we click the element that we just selected, then we will add the current recipe as a bookmark and will log also that current recipe to the console so that we can see that it was actually marked as bookmarked. Okay, so let's reload just to make sure. Let's click the button. And did anything happen? Oh, yeah, I think it just locked this object here. So let's see. And here we have it. So bookmarked is now set to true. Great. So an important piece of the work here is already done, but now we then want to render here this icon as filled. And so let's go back to our view and basically say if bookmarked is true, then render the filled icon, and if not, then simply render this one. So that should be easy enough. So not here in the view, of course, but in the recipe view where we generate the markup. So yeah, this is the button here, and this is the icon that I'm talking about. So here, when the recipe is bookmarked, we want to add like this fill part. And so we can simply say this dot data, which is the recipe, dot bookmarked. So if so, then here create a fill and otherwise nothing. Okay. And now finally, to actually make this work, of course, we will also have to update the entire recipe. So recipe view. And so this is why we created that update method before. And so now again, this method is coming in very useful because otherwise we would have to re-render the entire page, or actually the entire view, which wouldn't make a lot of sense. Because with this, we will only update the element which has actually changed. And so here then again, we need to pass in the data that we want to update. And so that's model.state.recipe once again. Okay. And so now as we click here, let's see. And indeed, the button was updated. Now we get all of these logs here. Let's take them out. That is in the view. So that's this one here. Great. So here let's now search for something. So let's mark this one here as a bookmark, then this one here. But now as we come back here, let's see what happens. And you see that the bookmark is actually gone. Right? So now here you no longer see bookmarked set to true. So why is that? Well, as we load each new recipe, it will always be loaded basically from scratch. So it will be loaded from the API, right? We are not loading this recipe from the bookmarks. And actually, we won't do that. But what we will do is to now use the data that we store in the bookmarks array in the state to basically mark any recipe that we load as bookmarked if it is already in the bookmarks array. So that probably sounded more complicated than it actually is. Okay, so let's go here back to the model and then to our function which loads the recipe. So that is this one. So here then, as we got all this data and store it in the state, then what we can do is to check if there is already a recipe with the same ID in the bookmark state. And if it is, then we will mark the current recipe that we just loaded from the API as bookmarked set to true. So let's use one of the nice array methods that we learned about, which is the sum method. And remember that the sum method returns true or false, and so that's great for doing an if check like this. So here we can check if state.bookmarks.sum, which basically means any, so at least that's how I like to think about this method. So this method will loop over an array and then return true if any of them actually has true for the condition that we specify here. So if bookmark.id is the same as the ID that we just received here. Okay, let's call this here bookmark actually. And so basically what this means is that if there is any bookmark which has the bookmark ID equal to the ID that we just received, well then we want the current recipe, which is state.recipe, to be bookmarked. So bookmark equal to true. Okay, and otherwise we want it set to false. And so with this, all the recipes that we now load will always have bookmarked set to either true or false. Okay, great. And so now we actually used this state.bookmarks for anything meaningful. So up until this point, we had stored the recipe in the bookmarks array, but it wasn't really useful. So there was really no point up until now. But now here we basically use this array in order to store all the bookmarks so that when we come back to one of them, we can then mark the recipe as being bookmarked. So let's try this now again. So bookmarking this, then I come to this, and yeah, so that worked. And you see that it is bookmarked set to true. And the previous one, so the double crust stuffed pizza, is of course bookmarked set to false. And so when we click that here, it doesn't have the bookmark. Now we bookmarked it, and when we come back to it, then there it is. Okay, and now just as the final piece here, when we click on this button again, we then want to unbookmark basically this recipe. So we want to remove it from the bookmarks. But right now, of course, that doesn't happen. And so what we need now is basically yet another method or function here in our model, which will simply remove a bookmark. So doing the opposite of add bookmark. So const delete bookmark. And this one will simply receive an ID because that is actually simpler. And this is actually a common pattern that you will see in programming. When we add something, we get the entire data. And when we want to delete something, we only get the ID. So this is a pretty common pattern again. So what we want to do here is to basically delete the recipe which has this ID from the bookmarks array, right? So state.bookmarks, and then to delete something, we use the splice method, remember? And then here we need the index where the element is actually located that we want to delete. So we will calculate the index in a second, and then how many items we want to delete, which is only one. And so this index here, we can calculate it by using our old friend, the findIndex method. So state.bookmarks, and I think we already did something very similar to this in the Bankist application. So here we are looking for the element which has the ID equal to the ID that was passed in. So there's going to be one bookmark for which this condition here is true. So where the current bookmark.id is equal to this ID. And so for this element where this condition is true, the index will be returned. And then we can take that index and delete it from the array. And then finally, let's also mark the current recipe as not a bookmark anymore. So as not bookmarked, and here as well. And here, let's say delete bookmark. Okay. And now we need to, of course, use this function somewhere. And as always, that can only be in the controller. Okay. So this control@bookmark function will be executed whenever we click on that bookmark button. And so here we now need to control what exactly should happen in that case. So when do we actually want to add a bookmark? Well, actually only when the recipe is not yet bookmarked. So let's write that. So if model.state.recipe.bookmarked, so if that's false, then do this. So add the bookmark then. But if not, and so let's now do this instead of an else, because this is more readable, then we want to delete bookmark. And again, here we pass in actually the ID like this. And that's actually it. And this is possible, remember, so it's possible that we read the bookmarked property right at the beginning, because we add that to all the recipes that are ever loaded right at the beginning, right here. Okay? And so, yeah, this should now work. Let's try avocado now for a change. So some sushi here, that looks delicious. And we got ourselves a bug. So let's go to line number 8, 98 actually. So 98. Oh, and here we are using recipe.id because we simply copied it from here. So you see that simply copying some code many times can make us run into bugs. So here, of course, we are already receiving the ID. So that's only ID. Let's go back. And let's search for avocado again. So here we have that. Let's bookmark it. Well, that didn't work. Let's see why. So probably something wrong in our controller. So let's log this here to the console just to see if this is having any effect. Let's clear this here. And it is false. And so therefore this should have worked. But somehow nothing worked. So this code here did not get executed for some reason. Oh, and actually I see what is happening. So this code actually did get executed. So this code here will mark the recipe as bookmarked. But then in the next line of code, right here, then the recipe is already bookmarked. And so then it will delete that bookmark. And so here actually we need an else. Okay. So that's the kind of sometimes difficult bugs to find, but I'm sure that with time you will also be able to find all of these bugs. So let's click on some recipe here, mark it as a bookmark. Then we go here to some other one, mark that. Then here that is still working. And now let's click and see if it disappears. And yes, it does. Now do the same here, come back, and it is still unbookmarked. Whoa. All right. So with this, we have the core functionality of bookmarking actually already implemented. So great job once again. And now all that is missing is that we display all our bookmarks up here in this bookmarks panel. And that is a little bit more work than it might sound. And so let's leave that for our next video. So in this lecture, we will finish implementing the bookmarking functionality. And remember that basically the only thing that is still missing is that when we bookmark a recipe like this, then we want that recipe to show up here in the bookmarks panel. So right now that is still empty and we only see this friendly message here. And so let's now go fix that. So taking a look at our markup here, we can see right here. So we can see that in the bookmarks, we will actually have also the preview element. So this one here. So basically a list element with the class of preview in it, just like we had here for the search results. And so this is actually the exact same code. And so now in order to create this bookmarks view, I can actually simply go ahead and copy this one here from the results. Okay, so at least for now, by the end of this video, we will then kind of refactor all this. But for now, let me simply copy the code here and here create the bookmarks view.js. And then here, of course, it is called bookmarks view. Okay, then we also need to change the parent element, which in this case will be this unordered list called bookmarks list. Right here. And here the error message should be no bookmarks yet. Find a nice recipe and bookmark it. All right, but the rest of the code here is actually going to be the same. And so let's now go here. So this one we can close. Let's now go to the controller and include that here. And let's actually do that below this one, just because it is so similar. So results and bookmarks. Or actually, let's do it here at the end, so that results and pagination stay together. And so now all we want to do, at least for now, is that whenever a new bookmark is added, we want to render the bookmarks view with all the bookmarks. So with the array of bookmarks. So that is right here in control add bookmarks. Here let's delete all these console.logs. And as always, add some comments. So add or remove a bookmark. Then here, update recipe view. And then here actually render the bookmarks. So that is bookmarks view dot render. And see how beautiful now everything comes together, or basically fits together. So we always have this render method, and we already know that we can call it on all the views. And so that's really nice about having an architecture structure like this. So that's going to be model.state.bookmarks. And so this is also the reason why in the state we didn't only store the IDs of the bookmarks, but really we stored the entire data about the bookmarks so that we can nicely display them in this list. So a list that will look exactly like the result list here. So this should now actually already be working. So let's click this one here now, edit as a bookmark. And now when we come here, then there it is. Great. So let's try another one. And our bookmark here is still there. Now, if we add another one, then now we have two of them. And you can see that it also already automatically highlights the current recipe. So the one we are currently seeing. So if we now go to this one again, well, then the spicy chicken should actually be the selected one here. And so apparently we still have some kind of bug. So basically what we have to do here is that each time that we display a recipe, we should probably update this entire bookmarks panel here. So this view, so that it can then basically select or highlight here the current recipe. So let's do that in the control recipe function. And you see that this one here is getting really crowded. So let's do that here. So bookmarks view dot update, and then again model dot state dot bookmarks. Okay. So let's add this one. Okay, that worked nicely. And now this one here became the current one. But now let's go to some other one, which is not any of the bookmarks. And so now none of them you see here is selected. And so of course that makes sense because, well, this is not one of the bookmarks. But now if we click here, then this one is of course the selected one. Now we can click here as well, because again, these elements here are basically just the same as these ones. So when we click here, it loads the corresponding recipe, and here the same. So you see that now we went back to this one, and this one got selected correctly, this one got selected correctly as well, and we also got the correct recipe. And that's just amazing. So you see how easy it is now to integrate a new feature like this bookmark feature when we already have a very nice architecture and structure in our code. Imagine that we had all of this code here simply in one huge messy file. Then how difficult would it be to keep track of all the data and of how these different functions all interact with one another? Now, just to finish, we need to fix the fact that these two views here are essentially the same. So at least the markup that they generate is in fact exactly the same. And so that is, of course, not good. So what I will do now is to basically implement a view that is kind of a parent view of these two views. And that will be called the preview view. So because this element here is called preview. And so then that can contain all of these methods here. And then in the generate markup of these two, we will then use those two. So, but instead of explaining it, let me actually show it. So that's preview view.js. And now let me get all of this here. All right. So this will now be called preview view. And what this view will do is to basically only generate one preview element like this here. All right. So this one will not have any message. It will not have an error message. And the parent element is also not important. So just follow me here for now, and I will explain why that is. So here I will simply select everything. Or in fact, I could simply set this here to an empty string. So we don't need any parent element here. And actually this here is only the generate markup. And here we don't need any of this. Okay, so again, this preview view will only generate the markup for one of these preview elements. All right. And so now let's come here to the bookmarks view and get rid of this method here. So that we don't need anymore. And now here comes the magic. So as I mentioned before, we will use the preview view kind of as a child view of the bookmarks view and of the results view. So let's import the preview view here. So import preview view from .js. And now what we will do here is to still loop over this .data, which is still all of the bookmarks. But now what we want to do here is to call basically this generate markup. However, that would not really work. And so what we really want is this. So result, and then for each of them, we want preview.render actually. So with the result. But actually that is not all yet, because like this wouldn't work. But let's quickly analyze what is going to happen here. So it's these three here. So as the render method on bookmarks view is called, so this render method, it will set the data on the bookmarks view, and then it will generate the markup. So it will call this method here. And so this gets access to this .data, and then we map over that data. And so for each of the results, or let's actually call it bookmarks here. So bookmark. So for each of this bookmark, so not bookmark. So for each of the bookmarks, we want to then render a preview. However, here we actually need to return a string. So all of this should be a string that we need to return from the generate markup method, so that then in the view, it can insert that markup into the DOM, right? However, by having render here, preview.js itself will try to render some markup. And so that is not really going to work. And so what we will do is to change our render method here and add a second parameter to it. So here we will add a parameter called render, which by default will be set to true. So then all of this here stays the same, But if render is false, which is what we will set it to in a minute, so if render is false, then we actually want to return this markup that was just generated. Now, why don't we simply call generate markup itself without messing with the whole render method? So here, why don't we simply call preview view.generate markup? Well, that's because we still needed to set the data property to the data that we passed in. So that then here in the preview view, we can use this keyword. And so actually we need to now replace result by this.data. So this.data and then all of that. Okay. And so here we want to render it and set the render parameter to false. Okay, so that was a lot to take in. So let's recap what happens here. So the first part I think is obvious. So what happens when bookmarks view.render is called? So we then enter this method here. Now, since we didn't duplicate the same code here of preview view, so basically this way here of generating this preview, we essentially separated that into its own child view. And so then here in the bookmarks view, we try to render basically that view for each of the bookmarks. But instead of actually rendering it to the DOM, we simply have the render method return the markup as a string. So that's why we set it here to false, which will then trigger this code here, right? And so then all of this here will basically become a string. And so in the end, we end up with an array of strings. So because of map. And then in the end, we join all of that together and end up with a big string with all the markup that we want to render. So let's see what happens here. So as we click, let's see the console here. And it looks like we didn't get any error. And so indeed, now here our bookmarks still work. Now the search here will not yet work because we still need to put this here in the results view. But that's very easy. All we have to do now is to copy this code and put it here. And here we can now call this result, but of course it would have worked exactly the same way. And we also need to import the preview view. But that should be it. And so now these two views are essentially the same thing, with the only difference that they have a different parent element and a different error message, right? But the main functionality of them, so the main way of generating the markup, is essentially the same for them. And so in order to encapsulate that somewhere, we created another child class. And so that is, again, this one here. Okay, so please analyze this here after this video is done and really take a look at how the data flows between these different modules and between these different classes. All right, so let's see. And indeed, it still works. So here for now we get our message because we don't have any bookmarks yet. But as we click it, then that should appear there. Let's add another one. And beautiful. So that works great. Here we can then come back to the next one. And now let's unbookmark it. So it should disappear now. And now unbookmark this one as well. And then we get automatically this message here. So the no bookmarks yet message, which of course automatically comes here from this error message that we specified in this bookmarks view. So That's really great. So our application is becoming almost finished, actually. And now all that we want to do here to finish the bookmarks is to actually persist it between page loads. So right now, of course, this one here is bookmarked. But now as we reload the page, then that bookmark is gone, right? So it's no longer here, and it's also no longer up here. And so now what we're going to do next is to store our bookmarks data into the local storage. And then as we load the page, we basically get that data back. So as I mentioned by the end of the last lecture, in this one, we will now make the bookmarks data persist across page loads. And for that, we're going to use local storage. And once again, this will now become quite easy and quite straightforward because we already have our entire project structure so nicely set up. So storing data in local storage is of course all about data. And so that will have to be implemented here in the model. So let's actually take a look here at our flowchart again. And so now this is all about loading bookmarks from local storage and storing bookmarks to local storage. So when should the bookmarks be stored to local storage? Well, that happens whenever the user bookmarks a recipe. And of course, also when the user unbookmarks the recipe. So in either of these cases, the current bookmarks array basically needs to be stored to local storage. Okay, so what I just said is that whenever we add a bookmark or delete a bookmark, we need to persist that data. And so let's add a function here, which we can then call in these two functions. So this one we don't need to export because we simply will call it in these other two functions. So persist bookmarks. And then here, remember, all we have to do is local storage dot set item. Then here we can give that item a name. So that's bookmarks. And then here we need to set a string. And we do that by calling json.stringify and then with the object that we basically want to convert to a string. And so that is state.bookmarks. And that's actually it. Now all we have to do is to call this function in these two places. And that's already the first step. And we can actually try that out already. So at least seeing it in the console. So let's bookmark this one and also this Greek pasta salad. Right? So both of them are now here. And let's come here to application and then local storage. And so here it is already. So here are the bookmarks with these two recipes that we just stored. And now as I reload the page, you see that the data is still here. Now, of course, it is not yet back here. So just because the data is still in local storage doesn't mean that it's magically gonna show up here, because we didn't write any code for that yet. But let's now actually go do that. So basically, when the page is loaded, we then want to run a method which will basically render the bookmarks here. All right. So the first step in doing that is to actually get the bookmarks out of the local storage and back into our code. And then after that, we can then, as I just said, render them back here to this bookmarks view. Okay. So we have the code for persisting, so for storing the bookmarks in local storage here. So let's now also have the code for taking them out, also right here. And let me simply write an initialization function here. So an init function, and then right at the beginning, I will call that init function. And here, of course, missing the function keyword. And so here we need to do the opposite. So local storage dot get item, and then remember it is called bookmarks. And then we also need to store that somewhere. And I'm not storing it directly into our state because this data might not be defined actually. So we might have nothing, of course, in the storage. And so only if there is storage, then we want state.bookmarks to be JSON.parse, which is basically to convert the string back to an object. And so here we are now calling this function right in the beginning. And then just to see, let's then immediately log state.bookmarks to the console. Okay, so here we have a lot of logs. So let's go here to line 11 of these two and line 114 of the model. So model, now this one actually is the one that I just did, but here we apparently have some console.logs that we don't need. So here and here. And in fact, let's close these here. And actually all of them for now. And so here, right immediately, we have the local storage. Now, for some reason, this recipe was not found. Let's reload. Well, that's weird. And apparently, we broke something in our code. But let's worry about that in a second. So for now, what matters here is that we actually got the data back from local storage. So let's see if this has anything to do with the code that we just wrote here. Well, that's very weird. So now it is back to working for some reason. So let's actually log the error that is actually happening to the console. So here, let's set that back to cause that error. But then here in the controller, so the one that is responsible for loading the recipe. So here right now, we are only rendering the error to the user interface. And we are doing that with this nicely formatted error that we defined in the recipe view. But so let's now actually also log the error itself in the console so that we can see what is actually happening. So console.error with error. And so now we get text content of undefined coming from controller at line 34. Okay, that's just the log. And so here we have the stack trace. And so the error itself is originating in line 25. So it is here when we update the bookmarks view. Okay, so this is where the error basically comes from. And so this is how we use this so-called stack trace. So here we can then follow exactly what happens. So here we then need to go to view 27, which is where this update is defined, then for each, and then line 37. So line 37 in the view. And so that is right here. So some kind of problem with updating the bookmarks view. So apparently we're trying to set the text content on some element here that doesn't yet exist. So maybe we are simply calling this method here a little bit too soon. So let's move that here to the end. So updating bookmarks view. So we still have an error. So this might be a good time to use the debugger. And I hope that with this, we will be able to find the bug. And if you're not interested in watching me find this bug, then please feel free to jump to some later point in the code. So you see that at this point, the recipe has actually loaded. Okay. And so now here we are at the debugger. And so let's now go to the next step, which is this one here. Then we go into bookmarks view.update. And at this point, the data here is actually already the data that is coming from our local storage, right? So this bookmarks here is at this point already loaded. So right here, we do that right at the beginning. And so therefore, the bookmarks, so model.state.bookmarks, here is already defined. So that's these two objects right there. Let's actually see the scope here. And so indeed, that's these two recipe objects, right? So here we also have the entire call stack. Okay. And now let's keep going. So the new markup, then here we go through all of this. Okay. Once again. All right. So here we are back. Whoa, what's that? Ah, so I just hovered over the string, which is all of this. So that's this markup that we just generated. Then here, let's generate this DOM. Okay. Then here, the new elements and the current elements. So right now, here inside the current elements, let's see what that is. So that's all of the elements that are basically right now in that empty bookmarks panel, right? Now, and you see that the length of this one here is 5, and this one here is 14. And so I think I'm starting to see the problem here. So these two arrays are the arrays that we are basically comparing here, right? So we have this whole for each loop to compare the elements in these two arrays, right? Because the goal of this method is to not add new elements, but only to replace some text in elements that already exist. However, right now, this bookmarks here is still empty. And what this update here is trying to do is to now insert the data in there. And so that should not happen. Okay. And so I'll actually quit this now by going back here, getting rid of this, and simply reloading. So let's get this down. And so in order to prevent this, the first thing that we need to do now on the page is basically render the bookmarks. And remember, that should happen right at the beginning when we load the page. So let's go to the bookmarks view and here create a new handler. So add handler render, which receives an handler, and then window.add event listener and load. And then we will immediately call this handler. Okay. And so here we already imported it. And so here at the very end, let's create then the handler function. So the controller control bookmarks. And then all that we will do is actually take bookmarks view dot render with state dot bookmarks. And again, that is actually model dot state. And now let's, as the first of all thing here, do bookmarks view dot add handler render with the control bookmarks. And so now we are back to working, and the two bookmarks from before are now actually here. All right, so with that we solved the problem. Because now, as the page here tries to then updating the bookmarks view, the bookmarks are already there. And so then there's nothing to update really. So we can actually move that back up here, I believe. Actually, this one as well. So let's try that again. And yeah, so this is a bit of a more natural order. Okay. And so now, of course, I can click here, and then this gets selected, and everything keeps working the same. So we don't even need to search functionality to be able to switch between our recipes. And of course, if we unbookmark, then that is gone. And as we reload the page, then we only have this one. Then let's remove all of them. And then as this was re-rendered, right, then we got this error message here back. And of course, if we reload now, then we have no bookmarks at all again. Now, just to finish, let's quickly add like a quick function here for debugging. So let's call it clear bookmarks, which is simply a function that at some point we might want to call, but again, only during development. So clear, then bookmarks. So when I'm working with this, then sometimes I need to do this. So clearing all the bookmarks. So let me add a couple of ones here. So this one and this one. Okay, and now as I reload the page, it should then clear all of them. Well, it didn't for some reason. Oh, and that's probably because this one here happened first. So let's take this one out, do that again, and now the bookmarks are gone. Okay, but by default, this will of course be turned off, because otherwise our application is not going to work. So here is the hot pizza dip, and it is still bookmarked after we reload the application. And so let's quickly, to finish, check out our flowchart, but I'm pretty confident that everything is implemented. So when the user clicks a bookmark, it will then mark the selected bookmark here, and of course it will render the recipe. When the page loads, then the bookmarks are loaded from local storage and they are rendered. So check here as well. And when the user bookmarks a recipe, then it gets stored to local storage. So check here as well. And so we just implemented all of this, a rather complex part. So now it's finally time to take a break and take an overview of what we need to implement next in order to finish this application. So after a couple of very long videos, let's now take a breath and take a minute to discuss our next step in implementing this project. So at this point, we have implemented all the features from 1 to 7, and now all that is left to do is steps 8, 9, and 10, which are all about the user being able to upload their own recipes. So whenever the user clicks the Add Recipe button that's in the menu bar, all we want to do is to display a recipe editor. So that's like a model window which will pop up and which contains a form. Then on that form, we will have to bind an event handler so that when the user submits that form, so here in this diagram, that means when the user creates a new recipe, then of course we want to asynchronously upload that recipe to the API, and we will also want to render that recipe and also add it to the user's bookmarks. And so that is feature number 9 here in our feature lists. So basically that all our own recipes are automatically bookmarked. Finally, all this is going to be set up in a way that only the user that uploaded the recipe will be able to see that recipe. So for example, if I upload my own pizza recipe, then if you search for pizza afterwards, you will not be able to see that recipe. So these recipes are really going to belong to you. And as I mentioned before, we will do that by using an API developer key. So these are the last steps that we need to take in order to finish our application. And so let's start by doing that in the next lecture, starting with the simple functionality of displaying the window when the user clicks Add Recipe. So, as I just said, let's now start with the feature of uploading a new recipe and start with the ability of opening the model window which contains the form to add the new recipe. So in the demo version, this is what it looks like. So here we click Add Recipe, and then it opens up this form like this. And then when we click this button or click outside of the form, then that window will again close. All right, so let's do that, and let's create a new Bookmarks view. And actually not a Bookmarks view, but a add recipe view.js. And now let's go to one of these views and copy the code from there, because this code is always very similar. So let's delete this one here. Let's empty out this method. And then here, let's call it add recipe view. Now, this view here is actually going to be quite different from the other views, because we already have actually the view in the HTML. So if we come here to our HTML code, then you see that the form that we want to display is actually already here in the code. All right. So here we have this element for the overlay and this element for the window, and they both have the hidden class. And so showing the window and the overlay is going to be as simple as removing this hidden class from both these elements. Now, the main element that we are actually really interested in is this upload element. And so let's actually make this upload element the parent element of the add recipe view. So upload here, but then we will also have to select some other elements. So for example, the window and the overlay. So to start at least. So the window element is going to be document.querySelector. And then let's see what we have here. Here we can close all of these for now. So that's add recipe window. And then the overlay has simply the overlay class. And so here, overlay, and here as well. And here we are missing the dot on both selectors. And now we also need to select the button that will be clicked to open the window, and also the button to close the window. So that button is somewhere here in the top navigation bar. So this is for the bookmarks. And here it is. So this is the button for adding the recipe, as you see. So let's call that the button open. And then also the button to close the form. And so that's back here somewhere in the window. So that's button close modal. Okay. And here. Okay. And so now let's listen for the events. So of clicking the open button and the close button. Okay. And as always, we will do that in a method called addHandler and then something, just to make it more consistent. So addHandler show window, let's say. And so here we will want to select the button. So button open dot add event listener of a click. And so when that happens, what do we want to do? Well, we want to take the overlay in the window and remove the hidden class. So that's this dot overlay dot class list dot remove. Now, instead of remove, we can actually also use toggle. So remember that toggle will add the class if it's not there, and it will remove the class when it is already there. And so this will make it a lot easier to then reuse this class. So the overlay and also the window. Okay. Now, when do we actually want this function here to be called? Well, we want this to be called as soon as the page loads. Now, in this case, this has nothing to do with any controller, because there's nothing special happening here that the controller needs to tell us, right? So when this click happens on the button open, all that will happen is really for the window to show. So the controller doesn't need to interfere in any of this. And so therefore, we can simply run this function here as soon as this object is created. And so what I'm going to do is to this time add a constructor method. Then since this is a child class, we need to start by calling super. And so only after that we can use the this keyword. And then let's say this dot add handler show window. And so this one here is now only going to be used inside of this class. And so let's add an underscore to mark it as protected. And so again, in order to show this window, the controller does not interfere at all. All right. Now, what we will have to do in the controller still is to import this object here, because otherwise our main script, so the controller, will never execute this file. And so then this object here will never be created. And so the event listener here would then never be added. And so we need to, again, import this so that the code that is in the module is actually being run. So here, let's call that the add recipe view. And now let's check out our code just to make sure we reload it. And we get a class list of undefined. So some small bug here. And again, you see how common that is. So let's again see which line that actually was. So line 19. So with the overlay. So let's see if the class is correct. Well, it looks so. No, but I can see the error now. So here we are using the this keyword inside of a handler, right? But you already know that the this keyword inside of a handler function points to the element on which that listener is attached to. So in this case, that is this button here. And so let's actually export this entire function into another method and then call that method with the correct this keyword bound to it. So here is what I mean. Toggle window, let's say, will do this. And then here we want to call this .toggle window. And now here we can use our bind method as always, and then bind the correct this keyword. So we have done this many times before. So basically manually setting the this keyword inside of this function here now to the this keyword that we actually want it to be. And so right here, this of course points to the current object, because otherwise, again, the this keyword inside of this function would be the button on which the event listener is attached to. And so with this, it should now work. And yeah, there is our form. And now all we have to do is to close that form when we click this button or click outside here. So add handler hide window. And so that's actually very similar to this one. Let's just duplicate it actually. So button close, and then the same also on the overlay. And so that's why this toggle here is now very useful. Because here at this point, when we want to hide the window, then the hidden class is no longer there, but it will then automatically add it back on. Oh, and before we actually try it, we first, of course, need to call this method here as well. Okay, and it's gone. Great. So that works. And so next up, let's take care of handling this button here. And for now, what we want to do when we click this button is to get all the data here out of this form. And you see that I already have like pre-filled this data here. And so that comes from the HTML here because the value is basically already set. But then of course, by the end, we will remove this. So this is just for development purposes. But anyway, let's now create another method here, which is going to handle the click on that button. So basically the form submission. So add handler upload. And so here we will now actually listen for an event right on the parent element. So that is the upload form itself. So parent element dot add event listener for submit. And then in our function, as always, the first thing is to prevent default. So here we need access to the event prevent default. And now, how do we get access to all of these values? Well, we could go ahead and select all of these form elements one by one and then read the value property of all of them. However, there's actually an easier way because we can use something called form data. So that's a pretty modern browser API that we can now make use of. So let's say data equals, and then we can create a new form data. And into the form data constructor, we have to pass in an element that is a form. And so that form, in this case, is the this keyword, right? Because we are inside of a handler function, and so this points to this.parent element, which is, of course, the upload form. Now this here will then return a weird object that we cannot really use, but we can actually spread that object into an array, like this. All right, and so this will then basically give us an array which contains all the fields with all the values in there. So let's then log that data to the console. Now let's think what we actually want to do with this data eventually. So this data right here is the data that we eventually will want to use to upload to the API, right? And that action of uploading the data is going to be just another API call, right? And where do API calls happen? Well, they happen in the model. And so therefore, we will need a way of getting this data to the model. So just like we did many times before, we now need to create a controller function, which will then be the handler of this event. Okay, so let's come down here and create control add recipe. And so this function here will then actually receive the new recipe data. And let's actually have this one here log the data to the console. So new recipe. Okay, and now all we have to do is to say add recipe view dot add handler upload, and then control add the recipe. So this is the publisher subscriber pattern that we have used many times before. And so eventually here we will have some function to then upload the new recipe data. Okay, and so here we now need to accept this handler function, and then we need to call it. So instead of logging it to the console right here, we will simply call the handler function, and so this handler function will then, for now, log it to the console. Because, again, that handler is now this control add recipe. All right, so let's see what happens. And so that's why I have all of these pre-filled data now, so that we can simply click the upload button and then get our data down here immediately. So let's now take a look at that data. And so since we got that data, it means that everything is correctly set up, which is great. And so here we get the array of multiple arrays in there. So basically the entries of this form, where the first element is always the name of the field, and the second one is the value. All right. So title, source URL, and you see all of them here. Okay. Now, usually our recipe data is always an object and not an array of entries like this. And so in JavaScript, since ES 2019, there's now a new and very handy method that we can use to convert entries to an object. So let's actually call this one here data array. And then the data itself is going to be object dot from entries, and then the data array. And so this from entries method here is basically the opposite of the entries method that is available on arrays, right? So this one takes an array of entries and converts it to an object. So let's see what that looks like in practice. And beautiful. So this looks already a lot more like our original recipe object, like this one here, for example. It is, of course, still missing some formatting, and it is still missing some data like the ID, but that we will take care of in the model. And so let's go do that in the next video. Let's now continue working on the recipe uploading feature. At this time, we will actually work on the model which will be responsible for sending the recipe data to the Forkify API. So let's go to our model, and then down here, after the bookmarks, let's create a new function and export it called upload recipe. Okay, and this one will eventually make a request to the API, and so therefore it's going to be an async function, and it will receive the data for a new recipe. Now, the first task of this function here will be to take the raw input data and transform it into the same format as the data that we also get out of the API. So let's take a look at that. And now it reloaded the page, of course. So basically the format of the data that we receive from the API looks a little bit like this. Now it has some different property names here, but what really matters here is that the ingredients are nicely stored in this array. So there is an ingredients array which contains a bunch of objects where each contains quantity, unit, and description. However, the data that we get into the function right now simply has these three, or actually these six ingredient properties. So ingredient 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And also it has each of these ingredients here separated with these commas all in one string. And so now we need to basically put all of this data here into one array and also separate each of these strings into the quantity, unit, and description. Now, of course, here in the form, I could have also created 3 different fields for each ingredient. So one input field for the quantity, the unit, and the description. But that was a little bit too much work for this learning project. And so I decided that I will simply give this hint that the format needs to be quantity, comma, unit, comma, description. And so that's what we have here. So half a kilo, so kilo is the unit, and then rice is the description. Then here we need 1 avocado, but there is no unit, and so we leave that one empty. And then here we have just salt, so without any quantity and any unit. And so let's now take this data, so these 6 ingredients, and then take the data out of there and put them into an object. So this is how we will do it. So we want to create an array of ingredients. And so for that, a good idea is to use the map method, right? So map is always good to create new arrays based on some existing data. So in order to use map, we need an array. And so let's convert the object that we get here back to an array. So object.entries. And as I mentioned, this is basically the opposite of object.fromEntries. But it still makes sense to convert it to an object here, because we will also need the rest of the data here as an object. So new recipe, and then we want to filter this array, because remember, we only want the properties that are called ingredient 1, 2, 3, all the way until 6. So in this array that we have right now, each element is an entry, right? And once again, let me actually show that to you. So without seeing the data, I think that it becomes very difficult to follow this. So I will console.log this data here. And now, of course, we need to call this function upload recipe in the controller. So let's not do this, but let's actually call model.upload recipe with the new recipe. Okay, let's click here. And so again, that is our array that we will work with now. And so remember, right now we are filtering this array. And so what we want is basically only the entries where the first element of the array starts with ingredient, like this, right? And then also the second part should not be empty. So in this case, we are of course not interested in 4, 5, 6. Okay, so here in this condition that we need for the filter, we want to say, just as I explained just a second ago, so the first element of the current entry should start with ingredient. And the second one should exist. So it should not be an empty string. So entry 1, so the second element, should not be an empty string. Okay? And so this should now filter out only the data that we are interested in. So let's log that to the console and not this anymore. And yeah, so that is what we were looking for. And now all we need to do is to basically take the data out of the string here and then put that into an object. And so for that, we now finally use the map method. And so here we already have some ingredients. And so now we will take each ingredient and split it by the comma. So that's the separator that I specified. And before we do that, let's actually make sure that we remove any white space here. So we can simply do .replace. And I believe that right now the replace all method is actually already available. So remember in the video where we talked about strings, I mentioned that replace all will soon be available in browsers. And I believe that right now it already is. And so let's use that here. So let's replace all the basically spaces with an empty string. And so this should then return an array of 3 elements. And so let's now destruct that array. So the first element is the quantity, the second one is the unit, and the third one is the description. And now let's return an object with this. So with quantity, unit, and description. Now we will still have to do some things here, but for now let's take a look at what we get. And ingredient.replaceAll is not a function. So now that's because each ingredient here is actually still an array. So just like we had it here before in the entry. So the first element of entry here, remember, was the key, and the second one was the value itself. So here we need to use this on ingredient 1. So the second element of the entry. So let's see now. And here we go. So we have quantity, unit, and description nicely inside of one array. And so that now kind of looks like this. Great. Now there's just one thing that we need to notice here, which is that when the quantity does not exist, then we want it to be null. And otherwise, it's actually a number. So currently we still have strings here, but we want this to be a number now. And so let's go ahead and convert that. So let's come here. So the quantity should be, so if there is a quantity, so let's use the ternary operator. So if there is a quantity, then convert that to a number. All right. And if not, which is the situation in which it is an empty string, then we want to return null. So that should fix that. And indeed, it does. But now let's see what happens when we simply put something else here. Let's say just a number. So let's see. Well, then here we get a bunch of undefineds. And so that we don't want. So our format here should always contain quantity, comma, unit, comma, description. So in this case, what we would need to do is this. So this is what we would expect. And so then we get here the empty strings as expected. So basically what this means is that when we split this string here, we want it to have 3 parts. All right. And so let's actually convert that to our code. So Here we want to now put this here into a separate variable. So let's call it ingredients array. And then that is the array that we destructure. But before we do that, we can test if this array actually has the length of 3. So if inc array.length is different from 3, then we want to create a new error. So throw new error, and then let's say wrong ingredient format. Please use the correct format. And so then at this point here, the function will immediately exit. Now, then what do we want to actually happen with this error? Well, we will want to render an error message to this view. So to the add recipe view, right? And that is very simple. So here we can use or try catch just like we have been doing before. So try. And so if some error occurs in this function here, then it goes to the catch block as always. So here we get the error. And then let's log that error to the console. Again, with some emojis here to make it easy to understand that it is our own error. And then we can simply say add recipe view dot render error. And now we can actually pass in the error message ourselves, because here in the view, we accounted for that ability. So by default, the error message is coming from this .error message, but we can also specify our own. And so that is what we will do now, because this way we are able to create the error message basically here where the error actually occurred. Okay, so error dot message. And so now let's see what happens. So for now, let's use the correct format just to see if everything keeps working. And it does. But now let's do it wrong. And we get wrong ingredient format, but it is still coming from the model. So here we get uncaught in promise. And that actually makes sense, because remember that here we are in an async function already. So this returns a promise, and so basically this then rejects the promise. And so therefore we should handle that already right here. So try like this, and then catch the error and simply throw that error again. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, and that still doesn't look the way we want it to look. So we want it here to be an error message. And so that should come from the controller. And so that means that there is something wrong in the controller. And I guess I know why that happens, because remember that this is an async function right here. So it returns a promise, but then right here, we are actually not awaiting that promise. So we need to use await here, and then also make this an async function. And so only with this, we are now actually handling this function here as a function that returns a promise, so that the rejected promise can then actually get caught here in this catch block. So let's try once again here with some number. And now it works. So now we get the actual error with this emoji mark, and also the error that we want here. Okay, great. So we have that part working of the ingredients. Now it's time to actually create the object that is ready to be uploaded. So let's create a recipe object here. And so basically this object will be the opposite of this one here. So here we take in like the source URL formatted as this, and we want to send the data where the URL looks like this. So where the property has this format. It's the same here for the URL and the cooking time actually, because that is exactly the format that the API is ready to receive. So it has to be exactly the way that we received it. Okay, so let's write that object very quick. So that is at new recipe.title. Then the source URL is at new recipe.source URL like this. Then the image URL is new recipe.image, right? Then the publisher is actually the same. .publisher. The cooking time, new recipe.cooking time. So fortunately, VS Code is giving us already the correct suggestions. .servings. And so that's all, I think. And so all we have to do now is to add the ingredients array. And that's it. And then we also have two numbers here, which we should convert to numbers using this plus trick. All right. And so now let's actually log this one to the console and not just the ingredients. Oh, and of course, all this should be happening inside of this try block, right? So let's see. Okay, that looks great, and it looks ready to be actually sent to our API. Okay, so let's do that. So remember, we already have a method for getting JSON. So that's this one. And now let's create a method for sending JSON here in our helper. And actually, it's going to be very similar. So for now, let's just copy it. But then a bit later, we will simply refactor this. So here, let's call it send JSON. All right. And so now let's learn how we can actually send data using the fetch function. So up until this point, all we ever did was to simply pass in a URL into the fetch function, and that would then automatically create a GET request. However, to send data, remember how we discussed before that needs to be a POST request. And so here, besides passing in the URL, we also need to pass in an object of some options. Okay, and the first option is going to be the method. And so that method is now POST. Then we also need to pass in an object of headers. And headers are basically some snippets of text which are like information about the request itself. And many of them are like standard headers. And one that we need to define is the content type. So content type with an uppercase C and a T. So make sure you get that right. And then here, application /JSON. And so with this, we tell the API, so we specify in the request that the data that we're going to send is going to be in the JSON format. And so only then our API can correctly accept that data and create a new recipe in the database. And now finally, the payload of the request. So basically the data that we want to send, which is called the body. So the body should be in JSON, remember, as I just explained. And so we can once again use json.stringify and then convert the data that we want to send. Now, and here we actually need to accept that data here into the function, of course, as a second parameter. So let's call that upload data. And so that is the data that we then convert to JSON so that it can be sent. And that's actually it. So that's all we need to do. So we still pass in a URL, which we will need to specify next. And then we take that URL and the upload data and then simply create this fetch request like this. Okay? And then everything else is actually going to be the same. So we will still have this request racing about a timeout function so that it can't run forever. And we will also await any data coming back because this API that we're going to use, so the Forkify API, will actually return the data back that we just sent. And you will see in a moment why that is very important. Okay? So again, everything here is going to be the same. And so a bit later, we will then refactor these two here into the same function. But let's do that later. So here we now need to import the send JSON function. And so now let's use our newly created function to create the AJAX request. So send JSON, and now the URL of the API. And actually, we have that here stored somewhere. So that's this URL that we have in the config, right? So /recipes, but that's actually not all, as we will see in a second. All right, let's get rid of this. And now let's go to the Forkify documentation page. So at this URL, because now we actually need the API key. So please click here now on this button, which will then generate your unique developer key. Now, if you got some kind of error here while generating your key, then maybe it is because you requested more than one API keys per hour. So remember that you should only ever request one API key. That's why I have this limit here in place, so that no one can abuse my API, basically. Now, if you did actually only try it once and you still got an error, then you can always contact me on Twitter. Okay, so here's the link to my Twitter page, and then just tweet the error at me, and I will try to help you. Now my key disappeared here, so let's click here again. And now I will copy it so that I can use it in my code. So let's go down here, or actually it's right here. So you see the API path is actually exactly the same as for getting all the recipes. Now the only difference is that, of course, we will not search for anything now, but we will have to add our key like this. So with this key parameter. Okay, and so yeah, we are doing a post request now, right? And so that creates a new recipe then when we hit this endpoint, so this path with a post request and some data. Okay, now let's store actually this key in the config file. So as a string. Okay, and then let's use that key here. So again, the question mark to specify a list of parameters, and then key equals, and then we have to import it up here. And then the key. Okay, and remember that this will actually send the recipe then back to us. And so let's store that as data and also await it. And then finally, let's log that data to the console. So console.log data. And now let's see what happens. So we got a lot of errors here. So it seems like the data is completely wrong. And That's simply because I just forgot to actually put that data here. So the recipe. So of course, send.json has two parameters. So not only the URL, but also the data. Let's try that again. And it kind of worked already, because this error that we got back here is actually already an error coming from our API. So it tells us that the input data is invalid because the source URL needs to be at least 5 characters long. So let's try that again. Oh, and actually we need to reload for now. So the URL, let's just add something here, and probably all of them need this. So let's do that quickly here in the HTML, so as the default value, kind of. So you see now we have test 23, and as we upload it now, then that worked. So we get a status success back from our server and then our data, right? So that data contains everything that we just sent it, plus the created at and also an ID, and of course, also your key. And that key will be very important in the next video when we then want to mark our own recipes, basically as our own. Now, it will make sense to actually render this newly created recipe also then to the user interface after closing this display here. So after closing this window, right? And so therefore, we need to convert that to the format that we use in our application, right? So basically, in our application, we are using these different like property names, right? So we are in the same situation as we are here in load recipe, where we get the data in the original format. So with this kind of property names, and we now need to convert it back to this one so that our application understands the data. All right. Now, instead of writing this entire code here twice, we can simply grab this and put it into a new function. So let's do that right here and call that one create recipe object, and it simply receives some data, and then it returns an object like this. So return this, so that then we can do whatever we want with it. And in this case, that's going to be to put that in the state. So state.recipe will be create recipe object with the data that we receive. So basically just some nice refactoring. So this now does exactly what we had before, but now we can use that down here as well. So we get the data, and now we want to then store that into the state. So again, state.recipe equals create recipe object with the data that we just received. And now let's actually come here to the controller and log that state.recipe to the console. So that's model.state.recipe. Okay. So let's see. And yeah, it now looks exactly the same as this one. Right? So beautiful. There's just one thing missing, which is this bookmarked here, and also the key is missing as well. So let's take care of the bookmarking and also of preserving our API key in this object. Okay, and a quick look at our flowchart here will reveal that all we want to do is basically store the bookmarks to local storage, right? And also mark, of course, that recipe as a bookmark. Okay, So we already implemented most of this. So this and this in the last lecture, then this part and this part in this lecture. But let's now also take care of bookmarking it. But that is very easy because we already have the function for that. So that is, of course, add bookmark. So we already have our recipe, and so we can simply call add bookmark with our recipe, and that will then take care of everything. So add bookmark with state.recipe. And finally, we also need to add our key to the object, so to state.recipe. And we could do that here manually, but let's actually use a nice trick to do that down here or up here where the object is actually created. So right here. Now, in the case of a load recipe, not always there will be a key. So most of the recipes, of course, don't have any key. And so we cannot simply do this. So key recipe dot key, because again, not all of them will have one. So we only want to add the key if there actually exists one. So let's use a nice trick to do that. So we can use the AND operator, which does short circuiting. So we can do recipe dot key and then this object. All right. And I will explain to you in a second what this does. And then we can spread this. So that looks confusing. So let me explain what is happening here. So remember that the AND operator short circuits. So if recipe.key is a falsy value, so if it doesn't exist, well then nothing happens here, right? And so then the destructuring here, well, does basically nothing. Now, if this actually is some value, then the second part of the operator is executed and returned. And so in that case, it is this object here basically that is going to be returned. And so then this whole expression will become that object. And so then we can spread that object to basically put the values here. And so that will then be the same as if the values would be out here like this. Key recipe.key. But again, only in case that the key actually does exist. And so this is a very nice trick to conditionally add properties to an object. So keep this one in mind. It is a very handy trick sometimes. Okay, and I think we should actually be done here now. So you see, uploading data is a lot of work. But I think this is still a nice exercise. And let's see, here is our key now. And also the recipe is now bookmarked. Great. So just to finish this lecture very quickly, let's go back to the controller and now actually render this recipe in the recipe view. So render recipe, which will be recipe view dot render, and then as always model.state.recipe. But now with this we would not really be able to see that rendered recipe yet because we still have that form open. So let's now close that form. So close form window, and we can do that because there is already a method for that here. So it's this public toggle window method. And so let's now use that. Okay. So, and actually let's not do that immediately, but only after some time so that we can first display a nice success message. So we can use a set timeout. And then inside of that callback function, we can then call add recipe view dot toggle window. And here let's specify some time, let's say 2.5 seconds. However, as you already know, we should never use a magic number like this. So let's create one more configuration variable here. Let's call this the modal close, and then let's say seconds, so that we know that this value is actually a value in seconds. So let's use 2.5. And now we need to actually import this, because I believe that right now we are not yet importing this into the controller. And indeed, we're not. So let's say then the named import from config.js. And so then down here, let's use that modal close seconds and then times 1,000 to convert it to milliseconds. Okay, and before we do that, let's also display a success message. And for that, we already have in our view the render message method, right? Which will take this .message, which in this case, we don't have one yet, but let's actually add one. Recipe was successfully uploaded. And so now it's very, very easy to do this. All we have to do is add recipe view dot render message. And so once again, now that we have all of these nice methods in place, it's very easy to take data and then render all kinds of things on the user interface. For example, like this error or the success message, or of course, the data itself. So let's try one more time. And there is our success message, and it also disappeared. And great, here is our recipe. And also with our nicely formatted ingredients. So remember, we put 0.5 kilos of rice, and so of course that was successfully converted to 1/2. And you see it's also already a bookmark. So you see that it's right here. Of course, there's no image because that path that I specified there is of course not a correct path, but that doesn't matter at all here. And now to really finish, let's now add just one final thing, which is to render like a loading spinner in the add recipe view before we actually start to upload the data. So this will then show the user that something is happening. And so one more time, that is now really easy to do because we already have all these methods in place. Okay, let's slow down our network a little bit to slow 3G so that we can actually see it happening. Well, that didn't display the spinner for some reason there. So let's see. Add recipe view dot render spinner looks pretty correct to me. So let's just take out this piece here so that we can actually inspect the code. Oh, and now it's taking more time because we are. So let's put it back online. Add recipe. Oh, now you see it actually showed the loading spinner. So not sure what happened there, but now it is all good. Okay, great. So all we have left to do now is to then display this recipe as our own, basically by using the key that we have now here in our object, and also do the same thing in the search. So let's take maybe a quick break and then come back to finally finish this application. All right, so this is the third and final part of implementing the functionality of uploading our recipes. And let's start by adding yet another recipe so that I can show you something that is still missing from our controller. So actually, two things. So let's say this one here, test avocado. Okay, just so we have a different name. And watch what happens here to the URL as we upload this recipe. So actually nothing will change. So take a look at that. Okay, so recipe was successfully uploaded. And we also still need to remove this window, right? But anyway, here is the recipe that we just uploaded, but the URL did not change. And also, it did not yet add this new recipe to our bookmarks. Okay, so of course it is bookmarked, right, as you see here, and as you can also see down here. But we didn't yet re-render this bookmarks panel, right? So there are two things that we need to fix. So we need to re-render this bookmarks view, and we also need to change the ID here in the URL. Because watch what happens if I reload this page now. So then we are back to the old recipe that was there before. So because that's the recipe that is associated to this ID. So let's go back to our controller and fix these things, and also put back here toggling the window. So let's do that right here. After displaying the success message, we also want to render the bookmark view. And so that will then basically add this new element to the bookmark view dot render. So model dot state dot bookmarks. Okay, and we are not using update here because we really want to insert a new element, and for that we use always render and not the update method. Now the second thing that we wanted to do is to change the ID in the URL, and for that we can use the history API. So let's say change ID in the URL. So we can say window.history, so that is the history API of the browsers. And then on this history object, we can call the push state method. And so this will basically allow us to change the URL without reloading the page. Now push state takes 3 arguments, and this first one here is called the state, which doesn't really matter. You can just specify null. Then the second one is a title, which is actually also not relevant, so we can just use an empty string. And then the one that actually is important is the third one, because this one is actually the URL. And so here we can simply put the hash and then the ID that we want to put onto the URL. So that is at model.state.recipe.id, and that's actually it. And we could also do all kinds of other stuff with the history API, like for example going back and forth, just as if we were clicking the forward and back buttons in the browser. So we could do like this. Of course, it doesn't make sense in this situation, but maybe in some other situation you might find this one helpful. So automatically going back to the last page. So that should work now, but let's not test it yet, because the next thing that we want to do is to refactor these two methods here, these two functions. So getJSON and sendJSON are almost the same right now, and so we can basically put them together just in one function called AJAX, because both of them are being done for doing an AJAX request. So just like this. And then this one will receive the URL and also the upload data, but we will set this one to undefined by default. And so with this, when we call this AJAX function with only the URL, then of course there is no upload data, and then in that case we can simply define the fetch pro as only this. So let's actually do that. So conditionally defining this fetch pro variable. So fetch pro, and let's test if upload data does exist. So if it does exist, then fetch pro should become this. So let's grab that, put that here. And otherwise, it will simply be this. And that's it. Now, of course, I could have used an if-else statement, but then I would have had to declare this here as a let variable outside, and then change that variable in both the blocks, and that's not really nice. And so now we can basically copy everything else here. Then we don't need this one anymore, and this should go all the way to the top. And that's actually it. So let's comment this one out. Just one final look, but everything looks good here. And so here now we can no longer import this one. Let's just keep it there. And we simply import AJAX. So here, and here, and then down here for upload the recipe, the same thing. Okay, so let's try that. And we see that we still get the recipe. We also get the search. And now finally, let's add another test 23 recipe here. Let's just change it up a little bit. And now again, take a look what happens to the ID here. So you saw that it actually changed. And so now the ID of our new recipe is exactly that one that we have here. And also it should now be a new bookmark. And indeed it is. Okay. And so now if we reload this page, then you see that we are back at this recipe that we just created. Great. But now finally let's use our keys or key in order to actually mark this recipe here as our own recipe by displaying like a small icon here. And so for that we need to attach our key to all the API queries. So we can add the key to this one here simply by adding the key, and of course also to this one. So the one which has the ID. So again, at the end, question mark and then the key. Okay, so let's simply get this one here. So this one is for the search results. Let's add this here. And here we already have a parameter. So here it is then end. So search and key. But then, for this one, so for loading the recipe, there is nothing yet there. And so we can simply add our key like this. And so now by adding this key, especially in the search results, it will then load all the recipes, including the ones that contain our own key. So if I search for avocado now, because I have, well, not here in the demo, but in this one, so I created a recipe which contains avocado. And so if I search for avocado now, that should then contain this recipe that I just created. All right. Now, we now want to mark this as our own recipe again, here in the search results and also here. And so let's do that. And just as a side note, again, if you're using your own API key, then of course you will not see this recipe here. because this recipe is linked to my API key. So as we see right here. So this is the key that I am using. All right. And the same here in the results. So here in all the results, you will see that my own one has the key. So this first one, right? So test avocado, it has my key, but the other ones, of course, do not. But anyway, let's now go to the recipe view and also the preview view, so the one responsible for these results, and add the logic there to actually display that small icon there. So we don't need this one anymore, and neither this one. So recipe view and preview view. So the code for that is somewhere there at the top. Here it is. So user generated. And I guess I wrongly deleted some code here earlier. So let's go back to the HTML and copy it back like this. And now the indentation is messed up. Then here we need to replace that with icons once again. And so now all we will do with this element here is to basically add the hidden class if there is no key on the recipe. But if there is a key, then we will add no class. And so then it will become visible. Okay, so that's simply this dot data dot key. So if there is a key, then we want to add no class at all. But if there is no key, then we add the hidden class. Okay, and now the same here in the preview view. And actually here we don't even have that yet. So let's actually grab the same code from the recipe view, because it is almost the same. And let's just see that here to see where we have to paste it. Well, it's not here, so let's just paste it anywhere. So let's put it right here. And then it's probably going to call it preview user generated. All right. Or actually, I think that it is inside of this div here. So let's move that down a little bit. Fix the indentation here once again to make it easier to see. Just like this. All right. And so let's now try it out. So let's search for avocado here again. And then here it is. And you see that now we have this icon here. While if we click some other recipe, then it's not there. All right. Now it's only still missing here, but that is because we actually never added this key to the search data. So let's go back to our model. And so here in the load search results, this is where we create the data that will then be put in the state, right? So state.search.results will become these objects here. And so that only contains ID, title, publisher, and image, but not the key. And so let's grab this code that we used here in order to add the key to the recipe object and do that here as well. Right, then here we just have to change this to rec, just like all the others here. And then with that, we should be good to go. So let's see. Search for avocado one more time. And now it is there. You see? Great. So again, this one does not have the icon, while this one here, of course, now has. So right here. Beautiful. So this is just great. Let me now close this here and create one final, more real recipe here for pizza that we have been using all the time. So let me get rid of all of these weird bookmarks. Oh, and you see that also here we now have this icon, right? And so that's the beauty of using the same preview here in the results and also for the bookmarks, right? So that makes everything really more reusable. What's happening here? Okay. Just getting rid of all of them because these recipes are not really that interesting. So let's now add a super pizza. Then the URL, let's make it jonas.io. So that's https jonas.io. Then let's go to Unsplash and grab some image from there, just to make this, again, a little bit more real world. So this one here looks quite nice. So let's right click and copy image address. Okay. Then here, Jonas, Schmettmann, prep time 75 minutes, 2 servings. And here let's just use 1 kilogram of flour, then some tomato sauce, and the rest doesn't really matter. Okay, so looks correct. Let's upload it, and it was successful. And here we get the super pizza. Let's see here. And indeed, we can update our servings here. We are in the bookmarks. And if I now search for pizza, then here it appears right at the first position with this beautiful image. And so that means that our application is now basically finished. I just spotted a small bug here. So in this ingredient description, remember that we replaced all the spaces. And so with that, we lost the space between tomato sauce. So let's quickly go fix that, but I will not add another recipe. So we're not going to test this. All I will do is to fix this problem down here. So instead of this replace all here, let's do it differently. So I will split the string into multiple parts, which will then return an array, and then I will loop over that array and trim each of the elements. So map to create a new array. Let's just call it element here, and then just return element.trim, just like this. Okay, and so now if we add just something to test here, so adding some spaces here and maybe here and here. And so you see, this worked just fine now. Well, now we have 2 recipes for some reason. Not sure why that was, but you see that the spaces that I inserted there, they are gone. Okay, let's remove this one here. I don't want to see that again. And so, yeah, our application is now feature complete. So if we check out our flowchart part 3, everything here is now implemented. And that's just awesome. So congratulations for going through this huge, huge project together with me and making it all the way to the end. And now in the next final lecture of the section, I will just quickly show you how we can write documentations for functions in order to make other people understand our code a little bit better. And then, just like before, I have some final suggestions for you, so like features and improvements that you will be able to implement on yourself if you want to practice your skills. So I hope to see you there soon. Welcome to the last video of this project. And so let's finish this section by learning a little bit about how we can write some documentation for our code in order to make our code easy to understand also for other people. And then at the end of the video, I will again show you some challenges and some improvements that you can implement on this application on your own. So there is a standard way of writing documentation for JavaScript functions, and that is called JSDocs. So let me choose one function here for which I'm going to write some documentation, and that's going to be this render function. So this one. So of course, I'm not going to document now the entire code base, but let me just show you how it works with this function here. And we can also go to jsdoc.app. So that's jsdoc.app. And so here you can find some more information besides what I'm going to show you now. So to write documentation, we basically write a multi-line comment like this, and then a second star. And then you see that automatically a JSDoc comment is initialized here. And so if we hit enter, then you see that already this has pre-filled some code here. You see? So data and render are actually already the parameters that we have here. So VS Code automatically found them, right? But let's start with a quick description of this function. Let's say render the received object to the DOM. Then here the data, we can describe it inside of these curly braces. So we can say that we expect an object here, or we also expect an array of objects. And so that is represented with the OR symbol here, and then again object, and then array. So again, this means that we are expecting an array of objects. Then this here is the name of the parameter. And then here after that, we can also write a short description. So the data to be rendered. For example, a recipe. Okay. Then we have render here as well. And so here again, we can define its type. And this one is a Boolean. Now, this parameter is actually optional. And so we can put that here inside of these brackets. And we can also specify then here the default value like this. So another description here. So if false, create markup string instead of rendering to the DOM. Now, you might ask, what is the big advantage of this? And of course, the most obvious one is that if you're working with someone else on your project, they can now more easily understand what exactly your function is doing. Because this standard way of writing it, everyone understands, or at least everyone that is familiar with this JSDoc format. Because if everyone describes their function in the same way using the standard, then that becomes really easy for everyone to understand the documentation of each other. Now, what's also great about this is that JavaScript, or actually VS Code, takes this data, and then when we hover over the function, it will take that data and give us this nice overview of the function. So here you can see that the parameter is data, and then with the description, and here the same, also the description for render. Here we can also see that the render is optional, so we have this question mark, and it should be a Boolean. Okay? And then for the data, we can also see that it receives any or an array of any type. And the same happens when we take a look at that in some other file. So it looks a little bit different, but the main information is still here. Okay? But we can add more than just the description of these parameters. For example, we can also write or describe what this function returns. And so usually it doesn't return anything, And so that's then undefined, but it might also be a string. And so that's in case that render here is set to false, right? So let's write that here. Is returned if render is false. Next, we can also define the this keyword. So I think this is another interesting one. And so here the this keyword points to the view object itself. So let's just write view object. So let's see what happens then. Oh, and here object is basically the description. So here it expects the type basically. So let's actually put here that it is an object. And so then here we can say that it's a view, let's say instance. All right, so that makes more sense. And here you already can see that the function is going to return either undefined or a string. So let's try another one. And you see there are a lot of different options. And again, you can check them out in the website that I just showed you. But another one that I like is the author. And so here you can put your own name. And just to finish, there is another one called to do. And so here we can specify everything that we still need to do. Let's just say finish the implementation. And so again, when we come here, it then contains all of this data, and the same when we see it here. All right. And so in your own projects, you can go ahead and add maybe not all of this, but at least part to some of your functions, like at least the most important ones, so that when you come back to them in like 1 or 5 years or so, that you then still know what exactly they do and what data they get in and what they output. All right, and that's it for this project. Now here in package.json, remember we also have this build command. So basically to actually build the final project files, like with compression and tree shaking and all of that, before we then deploy it to a server. But we will actually do that in the next section. And so for now, let's leave it like this and really call this application finished now. However, before we go, once again, I have a couple of ideas for features and improvements that you can implement in this application. So let's start with some easy changes and then all the way to really complex feature additions. So to start, you could display the number of pages between the two pagination buttons. And so with that, the user would then immediately know how many pages there are, which is a little bit more user-friendly. Also about the search results, you could add the ability for the user to sort the search results by the duration or by the number of ingredients of the found recipes. However, that data is actually not available on the search results, well, unless I do some changes to the API, I guess. So maybe I might do that so that you can actually implement this idea here. Otherwise, you would have to basically get this information for all of the recipes in the search results. But that would require quite a lot of work and also a lot of API calls. Next, another thing that you could do is to perform the validation of ingredients right in the view, so before actually submitting the form. So for example, while the user is inputting the ingredients, you could warn them ahead of time that, for example, the format is wrong. And so that would then, again, be a little bit more user-friendly. Also, maybe alternatively, you could actually improve the input of the ingredients. So instead of having the quantity, unit, and description all in one field, you could add a different field for these 3 data points and then read all that data into your application. And besides that, you could also allow for more than 6 ingredients. So there's a lot to improve, I guess, here in the add recipe functionality. But of course, here in the videos, I had to keep it kind of simple in order not to make like a 20-hour project. Okay, so these are some of the more simpler improvements you can make. And now let's talk about 4 additional features that could be implemented in this application. And the first one would be a shopping list feature. So somewhere on each recipe, you could have a button which would then add all the ingredients of that recipe to some kind of list. And so you could then display that list on the user interface, for example, in another hidden panel in the menu bar, besides the bookmarks, for example. And so that list would then contain all of the ingredients that you might add from different recipes. And actually, the original version of Forkify that I had in my previous course had this functionality. But in this version 2, I had to remove that feature in order to make place for the add recipe functionality, which is new and which I think is way more important. Now, the next feature that you can try to implement is a weekly meal planning feature. So you can make this as crazy as you would like, but in the easiest form, you would simply assign recipes to the next 7 days and then show them somewhere on a weekly calendar. And for this one, you could add like a drop-down menu to each of the recipes, and from there choose which of the next 7 days you want to assign that recipe to. And then in the menu bar, you could again have like a panel which shows the next 7 days, and then which of the recipes was assigned to each day. But of course, you could make it also a lot more complex. This is just the first simple implementation that comes to my mind. And now finally, so actually I only have 3 features for you, not 4. And this last one is the most complex one, and it is to get nutrition data for each ingredient of a certain recipe from a special food API. And the best API for food that I know is the Spoonacular API. So you could check out their website and their documentation, and from there, for each of the ingredients, for example, get the calories. And then you could calculate the total calories of one recipe, and maybe also per serving. And there is a lot of other different and interesting stuff that you could do with this application together with the Spoonacular API. So the possibilities are endless here if you want to have some fun. All right? So these are just some of my suggestions, but I'm sure that you can come up with even more. So I've seen really creative stuff from students of this course in other projects. And hopefully you can come up with some of your own as well. And with this, we now actually reach the end of this biggest project of this course. And I hope that you had as much fun building it as I had while going through this together with you. And this is really a great, great achievement. Really well done. Congratulations. So even if you just coded along with me, you still learned a tremendous amount of skills throughout this project. And of course, throughout the entire last like 50 or 60 hours of course videos. And now I would really love to see your implementation of at least a couple of these challenges that I just showed you here. Because I think that they will be really beneficial for your own learning. And so maybe you can take some hours when you have the time and really continue practicing your skills here. And if you do that, then please make sure to share some of your screenshots of the implementations that you do on Twitter. So I really would love to see that. But anyway, it's actually not time to say goodbye to this project yet, because in the next section, we will deploy this project onto a live server so that you can then share it with the world and like with everyone that you know. So there is still a lot of interesting stuff to learn. So when you're ready implementing these challenges, then let's go to the next section. In this section, let's actually deploy the Forkify project to a live server. Or, as we can also say, we will host the application on the internet to share it with everyone. And we will do deployment using an amazing and free service called Netlify. Then we will also learn the fundamentals of Git, which is a version control software. And Git is something that every professional developer uses. So you will definitely need Git on your first development job, and so it's a good idea to learn it. So let's now manually deploy the Forkify project to an amazing and free hosting service called Netlify. But before we can do that, we now need to create the final bundle of our application by running this build command. So up until this point, we have always used the start command here, but that only works for development because the final output will actually contain the development server, and also the code is not being compressed and that code is not being eliminated while in development. All right, so let's open up our terminal. And so here we still have our start command running. And so let's finish that now by hitting Command C, or actually Control C. And alternatively, you can also simply kill this terminal by clicking this button here. All right. So right now we no longer have our development server running, and Parcel is now no longer automatically creating the build as we save our application. And so now we are ready to run this build command. But before, let's actually delete this Parcel cache folder and or dist folder as well. So I like to delete these in order to basically get a fresh start. Now this build command here is actually not yet complete, because in the build command we actually need to manually specify that we want our output to be here in the dist folder. Okay, and so if you're on version 2 of Parcel, like I am, okay, so in that case, specify the dist dir option. So -- dist dir, which stands for distribution directory, basically, and then we need to specify the folder that we actually want to be created. And so just like before, let's call that the dist folder. Now, what's also very important is that here we need to change from main to default. So very important, otherwise this build command will not run in Parcel 2. So again, change this main here to default. And I believe that this is actually because of some bug that currently happens in the beta 1 version of Parcel 2. But never mind, with that, we actually fixed that problem. Now, if you are using Parcel 1 for some reason, then here instead of dist directory, it is called out directory. So like this. But again, that is only if you are on version 1 of Parcel. And so now this command here is ready for us to execute it. So npm run build, and then let's wait for it. So as always, it takes some time here, but when it's done, we are ready to then deploy the folder that was just created to our Netlify service. And here it is. And now it contains the final code compressed and ready to be shipped. Okay? Now, if you got any error during this build process while you're using Parcel 2, then please make sure that you really set this default here. And also make sure that everything here is correctly spelled like this. But if the problem still persists, then it might be a good idea to downgrade to Parcel 1. And so you would do that with npm uninstall like this. And then after that, you would install it again at version 1 like this. And so that should then work. And remember that in that case, here it is out dir and not dist. And also you would have to go to all your views and change the way you import the icons. So you would have to remove this part here. Okay, so wherever you import the icons, if you're using parcel 1, remember you have to take out this part. Okay, but then after everything is done, and once you have this dist folder, we are ready to go to Netlify and actually deploy this. So let's go back to our browser, and here I already have netlify.com open. Now, Netlify is a free service that lets us developers basically deploy static web pages or static web applications. And with static, we mean that the application only contains HTML, CSS, and JavaScript files, as well as some images, but no database or no server-side code at all. All right? So basically, Netlify only works for front-end applications like the one that we just built. So Netlify is really an amazing service. It's extremely easy to set up and to use. It has a very generous free plan, and it contains a lot of great features that you can also use for free. And one of these features is called continuous integration with Git, which we will use a bit later in the section. And I'm telling you all these great things about Netlify, not because I'm sponsored by them, not by any means. It's simply because I really, really love this service. It's just fantastic. Now, if you need something even more simple, without even having to open an account, you can also use this search service, which is also free, and it's even easier. So here you don't have to create an account, and you can simply npm install search on your computer, and then once you're in the folder you want to publish, so you want to deploy, all you have to do is to run the search command. But anyway, we will now use Netlify in this section, and so if I convinced you that it's worth using it, then please go ahead now and sign up for your free account. Now, of course, I already have my account, and so I will wait here until you're ready. Okay, and so this is how it should look like once you log in into your Netlify account. Now, it might have changed sometime after I recorded this video, but in general, this should be kind of what it looks like. So you see, I already have a lot of sites here. So basically, that's all the demo projects that I have been showing you. And so, again, for that, I use Netlify because it's so easy. And speaking of easy, let me now show you how easy it actually is to quickly and manually deploy our Forkify project. So let's go to our project folder here. So this one right here. And then we take the dist folder, because that's the folder that we want to deploy. So our build that we just created. And then we take that folder and we simply drag and drop it here into the interface and drop it there. And that's it. Our page is now deployed. So you see how easy that was. So we get this page here with this random name that we can click on, and this is our web page, and now everyone can see it. So it's now in fact deployed on this live server on this URL. Now this is not ideal though, so this random URL, and so we can click here on site settings and change the name of our site. So come down here and then change site name. Okay, and so I'm calling this Forkify-Jonas. And you can then go ahead and call yours Forkify and then with your name. And of course, this name has to be unique, and so just make sure that you're using some unique name. All right, now we can click here again, and now our domain name here makes a bit more sense. All right, and that's actually it. So this is how easy it really is. But the great thing about Netlify is not only that it's easy, but as I mentioned before, also some of the great features. And one of them is that automatically our page is now secured with an SSL certificate. So if we check out the URL, you see that it actually is HTTPS, right? And all of that is automatically included for free in our account. And another thing that's great is that all our site assets, so all the files that we just deployed, were in fact deployed to a so-called Content Delivery Network, or CDN. And that means that instead of uploading the files only to one server in one location in the world, our site now actually lives in many locations, so in many servers spread out across the entire world. And so then when a user is trying to access our page, they will then get the version from the server that is closest to them. And so this will then greatly speed up the delivery time of your page or your application. So again, a lot of great features, really easy to use. And yeah, that's why I recommend Netlify to everyone. And I'm demonstrating all this using the Forkify project, but of course, it will work the exact same way for any other project that you might want to deploy. So as long as it is a static project, this is how it works. But anyway, this is how we deploy a project manually to Netlify. However, there's also a better way. So basically a way which allows us to automate the process of deploying the application. And for that, we will need something called version control and Git. And so let's take a look at that in the next video. So we manually deployed our project to Netlify, which is already great, of course, but we can do a lot better. Because we as web developers don't like to do things manually. So we like to automate things, and so that's where Git comes into play. So in this lecture, we're going to install and set up Git on your computer and also open a free account at github.com. Now, if you're already familiar with Git and GitHub, then please mark this video and the next ones as completed, and then simply move on to the video where we actually deploy the project to Netlify using GitHub. Okay, so let's start by opening up the Git website. So that's going to be Git SCM. And so this is where we will download Git from. So Git is version control, as it says right here. So it is a software that runs on your computer, and you can basically use Git to save snapshots of your code over time. And then if you need, you can go back in time, like to older versions of your code, if you need to recover some mistake, for example. And that is really just a tip of the iceberg of everything that you can do with Git. But anyway, let's now download this software and then install it. So probably the easiest way of doing it is to click here on this installer for your operating system. So find this installer here somewhere on your page. So if you're on Windows, probably this looks different, but somewhere you will find a link for an installer, and then simply download that and install it on your computer. Of course, I already have Git, and so I will wait for you to finish your installation. Okay, so I hope you successfully installed Git on your computer, and so let's now go back to our code and start a so-called repository. So let's clear the console here, and then make sure that in your terminal you are in the project folder. So here in this Forkify folder, and not inside of any of these child folders. So really the parent folder where your entire application lives. And so now we can write git init. Hit enter, and so here you see we initialized an empty Git repository in this folder here. Then I get this warning here, which asks me if I would like to add node modules to git ignore. And if you get the same warning, then please click yes. But if you don't, then never mind. We will talk about that in the next video. For now, what matters here is that you understand that basically a repository, or as we also call it, a repo, is the fundamental concept of Git. So right now in this Forkify folder, we created a local repository which will eventually contain all of our code here. So all this code, which is right now marked in this orange color. So you see that changed as soon as we initialized this Git repository. So that means that there is actually a very tight integration between Git and VS Code. And that is because really all software developers work with Git. So everyone needs these features, and therefore VS Code has this very tight integration. Now, right now, none of these files are already in our repository, but for now, we will actually not add them. So I will leave that for the next lecture, because in this one, all I wanted to do is to configure Git and also to open an account on GitHub next. And so let's actually go do that. So let's search for GitHub. And so then it's github.com. Now we need GitHub or any other service that is similar to GitHub in order to basically store our local repository in the cloud. So eventually, of course, we will have some code here in this repository. And then we will want to save that repository online. So for example, that we can switch between computers or that we can make sure that our code never gets lost. And so for that, we need an account on some service like GitHub. And there's also GitLab or I think Gitbucket or something like that. But GitHub is by far the most popular one. And so let's open up an account here in case you don't have one yet. Okay, and this is probably how GitHub will look like for you after you log in. But for now, that's not so important. Again, we will start working with it in the next lecture. For now, what I want to do here is to basically connect your local Git installation with your GitHub account. And so let's do some configuration here. So we type Git. And by the way, as you see, Git is basically a command line interface from which we can use this software and really do all kinds of stuff. Now, there are also some graphical user interfaces for Git, which many people that don't like the command line prefer. But actually, in my opinion, I think that it's easier to use Git on the command line. All right. But anyway, what I want to do now here is git config and then the option of global. And so this will then work in all the repos you ever create on your computer. And then user.name. And then set this to your username that you just chose on GitHub. So for me, that would be like Jonas Schmettmann or something like that. So do this. So write your username and then hit enter, which I will not do. And then write the same thing again. So git config global user and this one email. And then here specify the email that you used on GitHub. And so with this, it will then become a lot easier to basically connect your local repositories with GitHub. Okay? And that's actually it for this setup video. In the next lecture, we will then actually start using Git. And after this 3-part intro to Git, so after this lecture and the next 2 ones, you will be able to start using Git in your own projects. And that's actually really important. So you really need to start using Git because you will use Git in every web development job that you will ever find. So every developer uses Git and also GitHub every single day. Let's now quickly go over the basics of Git. And this video is by no means going to be a complete overview of Git. All I want to do here is to get you started as quick as possible with Git so that we can then push our project to GitHub. All right. Now, before we can do anything else with Git, in each repository, we should have a gitignore file like this. So if VS Code didn't create it automatically for you, as it did for me in the last lecture, then please go ahead and create this file right now. So it starts with a dot and then git ignore. And inside of this file, we can put all the folders and also files which we want Git to ignore. Or in other words, folders and files that we do not want to get into our repository. And node modules is a perfect example of that because, well, we can always get this code back from npm, right? It is not part of our original source code. And so therefore, we don't need it in our Git repository. And actually, the same is true for our dist folder, right? So the dist folder essentially only contains code that was built from our source code. And so, again, this is actually code that we do not need in our Git repository. So usually in the repository, we only want like the original source code and everything that is necessary in order to basically compile our final project later. So let's actually also exclude the dist folder here. Now, this is not mandatory, and some people want also to keep their dist folder in the Git repository, but personally, I think it's a good idea not to include it. And so you see that now it got grayed out here as well. And the same for the parcel cache folder. So that we also don't want. So .parcel cache. So that's gone now. And now here VS Code shows us that there are basically 28 files in our repository that are pending changes. So this here is enough for our git ignore. Now only if you're using the Mac, you can add one type of file here, which is the .ds store, which is some kind of weird file that macOS sometimes adds to our directories. But with this here, I think we're already at a good starting point. Okay. So let's now run a git command called git status. And so this shows us here that all of these files are untracked files. And we can also see that we are on branch master and that there are no commits yet. So all of these files here are untracked. And so now we need to track them, which in terms of Git means to add them to the so-called staging area. So you can also see here in VS Code that these files are now untracked. So that's what this U stands for. Okay, but now let's add all these files to the staging area by saying git add and then -a, which stands for all the files. Now we could also add files manually, so one by one, but usually that's never necessary. So I will simply add all of my files now. And so these files are now basically part of the repository. Okay, and so now here it says added. And so these files are now basically tracked. They are active. Okay, then let's say we do some change in one of them. Let's say in the controller, let's just log something to the console in the init function. Let's say welcome. And so now you see that this file was modified, right? And also immediately here on the sidebar, VS Code shows us that something has changed. And so green here means that something was added. And when we click that, we can then actually see the change. So the plus here means that something was added. And if we see get status now again, you will see that all of these files here are ready to be committed. So they are being tracked. And then there's this modified file. And so in order to now commit all these files to our Git repository, I need to run git add all again. So now you see that it is back to just being added. And also this green bar here is gone. All right. And so now we're ready to finally commit these files. And committing the files basically means that we really save the modifications of all the files to the repository. So adding the files like this here is basically just a pre-step before the commit. So a commit is going to be like a snapshot of your code at a certain point in time. So each time before you make some significant changes to your code base, you should always commit. And so then, if necessary, you can go back to past commits and delete any modifications that you did that were maybe wrong. And we will see how to do that actually later in this lecture. But for now, let's commit what we already have here. So git commit, then -m, which stands for message. And then here we need to specify a string, which is the commit message. And so usually the first commit is always going to be called initial commit like this. Okay, and that's it. Now they're all committed, and you see that all the files now look normal here again. All right, and if we now take a look again at git status, then you will see that there's nothing to commit and the working tree is clean. All right, so in summary, whenever we initialize a new Git repository, usually I immediately add all the files. So I do git init, then after that, immediately I run this command, so git add all the files, and then immediately after that, I commit everything as the initial commit. All right. Now let's say that we do some modifications here in multiple files, but we actually introduce some kind of a bug. Not writing any real code, I will just put bug here now, and it turns red because I have a special VS Code extension for that. And let's say I also have now some error here in the model. Okay, and so this is just to simulate that we introduced some real bugs. So if you wanted to go back on all of these files to the previous commit, then you could simply write git reset, then -- and then here head all in uppercase like this. And now watch what happens to this file as this command is executed. So you see that it's gone. And the two files here that previously had the M for modified are also now back to normal, and the bug that we introduced here is also gone. All right, and so this is the easiest way to going back in time, basically to the previous commit. But now let's say that you actually had already committed. So let's say that here you now had an alert which says hacked, and it doesn't really matter what code it is, but let's say this is another bug that you introduced for some reason, but you didn't really notice that it was happening. So let's say here as well. All right, so you see now these two files are modified, and now you want to commit these changes. So you think you added a great new feature, but actually you just introduced a bug which allows users to get hacked. But anyway, you don't know that yet, let's say, and so you add all the files to the staging area, and then you do git commit with the message of new feature. Okay, and so now these modified here are gone, and our code is now committed. Now let's say you keep working on the code, but eventually you notice that you have these bugs here which allow users to get hacked. And so you want to basically now delete the last commit that you did, right? So you want to go back to the previous commit. So to do that, you need to take a look at that previous commit, and you can do git log for that. And so here you have basically a log of all the commits that you did. So this one is the last one. So the new feature, and it has basically this ID here. And so this has currently the head. And so that's why previously we could reset using this head keyword. But now you want to go back to this commit. So to the initial commit, right? And so let's copy this ID here basically. And it would be enough to take the last 7 here, but I like to simply copy everything. So select and copy. And now to get out of this log here, you need to type a Q. So Q for quit. Okay, so Control C will not work there. You have to use key like this. And sometimes you even need like colon and Q. But anyway, let's now do again git reset hard and then the ID of that commit. So let's see. And now that hacked log is gone from here and from here as well. And so we are now back in that initial commit. And indeed, that's what is said right here. So the head is now at the initial commit. However, moving between commits like this is a little bit dangerous. And so instead, when we plan of doing a lot of changes, usually we simply create a new branch. So let's write git branch, and this will simply list all the branches that we currently have. And so right now we only have the master branch, and this star here means that that's the branch that we are currently in. And now again, to close this, you need to write a Q. Okay, but now let's create a new branch. And so that new branch is then basically going to be a copy of the current master branch in which we can develop new code and adding new features, but without affecting the code that is in the master branch. So it's basically a parallel track in which we can develop new code, but without affecting the original code that we had before and which we knew was already working. And so this is a great way of preventing bugs in our main code base. So we create a new branch by writing again git branch, but then here we can also specify now the name of the branch. So let's call this one new feature. Okay, so we created a new branch, but we didn't switch to that new branch yet. So to switch to that branch, we write git checkout and then the name of the branch. And so it says switched to branch new feature. So let's quickly add some modifications here. Let's add a new function. New feature is simply a function which logs to the console, welcome to the application. Okay, and we also delete this code from here, and then we want to call that function down here. So nothing significant. This is again just to simulate. So this one turned now green because we changed something from the original code. And here it is orange because we changed something. And if we were to delete something, for example, then it should turn red, which right now is not happening. But anyway, if we click here, we can see exactly what the code looked like before. So these 2 lines of code are gone, and this one is new. And so this in itself can be very handy and a great use case of Git. But anyway, let's put this very important line here back. Okay, and so let's now add this change to the staging area. So git add all. So we always have to do this before committing, and then git commit message, then edit new welcome feature. All right, and that's it. So we just created a new feature, but this new feature is now in this new feature brand. So let's check that out again. So git branch, and so now we have these 2 branches. So master and new feature, and this one is the current one. Then again Q to exit this. And now once we are done with this new imaginary feature, let's switch back to the master branch so that we can then integrate these changes into our main code base. So which again is in the master branch. So that is git, checkout, and master. And so now, as I execute this, you will see this code here going away, because that is the way the code looked like in the master branch. Okay? And so this proves that there are now really like two different tracks with different versions of the code. So in the master branch, we have this code, and in the other branch, we have that code that we just saw and that just disappeared. But now we can then merge these changes together. So when we are in the branch into which we want to add the new code, we can use git merge and then the name of the branch which contains the new code that we want to merge with the current branch. And so that is the new feature branch. And so now watch what happens here. Okay, so you see that this code here was just added. And down here is also this small summary. So you see there were 6 modifications, 5 additions, so 5 lines were added, and 1 line was deleted. And now just to make sure that our working tree is still clean, so that we don't have to commit anything, let's again watch git status. And you see there's nothing to commit, the working tree is clean. And so the code that we have in this branch, so in the master branch, is now the same as in the new feature branch. Okay, so this is a great feature to basically build code, but without affecting our original code, which might break with the changes that we are introducing. And so usually we never work in the master branch and simply add features in a different new branch. And then once we're done, we merge these two branches together. And then if there is some error or something not working, we can always go back to what it was before. All right. And that's all I had to show you in this short introduction to Git. And if you want to learn even more, or maybe have all of these commands that I just showed you in one nice overview, there's actually a very handy cheat sheet for Git that was developed by GitHub, which I really like to use. So let's search for GitHub Git cheat sheet. Okay, and this one is probably it. This one looks a bit different than the one I mean. Yeah, this is the one that I have. And I actually, when I first found this, I even printed this out and put it on my desk because there's a lot of stuff that we can do. So here is what I just showed you with the branches, right? Then here is git status, git add, git init, and yeah, also git reset hard. And so you see there is a lot of stuff that we can do. And in the next video, we will then actually use these commands here. So git push and git pull, so that we can basically copy our local repository onto a repository that lives in the cloud on GitHub. And this will then allow us to basically keep a backup of our repository online, and it will also enable us to automatically deploy our site from this repository by setting up continuous integration on Netlify. And so let's learn how to do that, so how to push our code to GitHub right in the next lecture. So in this video, we're going to put all our code onto GitHub, or as we usually say, we're going to push our code to a remote branch so that we can then set up the continuous integration feature that I talked about before in the next video. And so now here on GitHub, let's click on this plus button here and create a new repository. Or we could also click right here. So there are going to be multiple ways of creating a new repository because that's basically the most important feature on GitHub. All right. Then here, the first thing is that we need to give the repository a name, and I'm going to call it Forkify course video. just so that I know exactly what this repository is about. So I like to be really descriptive here. Then I'm going to make it private. And so with this, no one else can see this repository. Then down here, we have the option to add a README and a gitignore, but we don't want to do that. Okay, so if we added a README right now, then we would create a conflict later on when we import our code. So actually that's what it's saying here right now. So skip this step if you're importing an existing repository. And so that's what we will do next. So then click on creating repository. And so here we are. Okay, so this here is the URL basically of our Git repository. But what matters here is that now there are these two scenarios. So there is the scenario that we don't have a repository yet. So I mean a local one, but that's not the case. So we already have the repository that we have been working on. And so what we want to do now is to push that existing repository to this online repository. So to this remote repository that we just created here. And so in order to connect these two, we need to copy this line of code and execute it in our local repository. So let's go back, clear this here, and then paste it and execute it. And so what this did here was to add a remote branch, which is called origin. All right. And the URL of that remote branch is called this one here. So again, with this, we basically let our local repository know about this remote repository right here. And if we check out our branches now, then that origin branch might actually be there. And I'm not sure if it is, but let's check that out. So git branch, and it actually doesn't say here, but that doesn't really matter. So this was just to check. But what matters is that we can now push code to this remote branch, which remember is called origin. And so the way we do that is by writing git push and then the name of the remote branch, which is called origin. So that's right here. And of course, you could give this one another name, but origin is simply the standard name. So that's what everyone uses. So git push origin and then the name of the branch that you want to push. And so let's say that we only want to push the master branch. So hit enter, and then you will see that it's going to do some work here. And now it's done. Okay, and so now if we go to GitHub and reload our repository here, then our code is there. All right, great. So we successfully pushed our local repository into this remote repository. And so now if we would work on any other computer, we could go ahead and take our code out of this repository. And you see that indeed all our code is here, at least all the code that we did not add to the gitignore file. So that's why you only have the source here now, but not the dist and node modules folders. But everything else is of course here. So our index, HTML, and all our source codes. And you can see here also the commit messages that we had, and you can see the branches. So right now we only have the master branch, but if we really wanted to keep that other branch as well in our remote repository, then we can simply call this again. And so git push origin and then the name of that other branch, which was called new feature. All right. So this looks a bit different, but let's see. Let's reload. And then here it is. All right. But anyway, let's now add a README file, which is a common thing that all GitHub repositories should have. So it's basically a file that appears down here with a description of the project. So let's come here, or actually let's do it from here. So touch readme.md, and so we can use our command line skills a little bit. So here it is. And now to add a title to any MD file. So MD stands for Markdown. And so Markdown is like a special typing format that we can use to write simple documents. And so let's give this here a name of Forkify project, and then an empty line, and then here we can add some description text. Let's say a recipe application with custom recipe uploads. And so you can write whatever description you want here. I just want to keep it really short here. And now let's go through the same process as before so that we can also upload this file. So basically upload this modification to our remote repository as well. So as always, we need to start by adding this new file to the staging area. Then we need to commit it. So git commit message, and then here a nice descriptive message. So edit the readme, and then git push origin master. So let's wait for it. And now if we come here, you see that we had 26 minutes ago, we had 2 commits, and this here is the latest commit message. And now as we reload this, then you see we now have 3 commits. This is the latest commit message. And indeed, down here now appears this description that we just added. Great. Now, if you wanted to now start working on another computer, you could simply go to this button here, copy this URL, and then do the opposite, which is pull. Okay? Now, many times when we create a new repository, we actually do it the other way around. So we start with a new repository on GitHub, then we give it a name, and then we actually add a README here and also a git ignore. Then we create that repository, and then we pull that repo onto our computer. And so this then actually automatically connects the local repository with the remote one. And so that makes things a little bit easier. So a lot of times I do it like this, but in this case, we already had the local repository with all our code. And so therefore, we needed to create this repository really empty. So just the way that we did it. Okay. But anyway, let's go back here to our remote Git repository now, so that in the next video, we can finally set up the continuous integration feature with Netlify. All right, so let's now finally set up the continuous integration with Netlify. And to do that, let's go back to our Netlify dashboard. So right here, and we are still here in the settings part of this site. Okay, and so then let's go here to build and deploy. And then from here, we can choose the option link site to Git. All right. Now we could also do this right from the beginning like this. So without the manual deploy that we did in the beginning. So that would be like in the very beginning, we could simply create new site from Git. But in this case, we already have this site. And so we can now simply change this here to continuous integration. Now, in a nutshell, what continuous integration means, or continuous deployment, as Netlify apparently calls it, that basically is to connect a site to a Git repository, and then whenever we change the code in our repository, then that will automatically trigger a new deployment of our site. And so then everything happens really automatically. So all we will have to do then is to basically build our code locally, commit it to our Git repository, then push that Git repository to our remote repository on GitHub, and then from there, the site will automatically be built and deployed. So let me show you how that works. So link site to Git. Then here we can select the Git provider that we want. And so as I mentioned before, there are actually more services beside GitHub, like GitLab and Bitbucket, but we will use GitHub, of course. Then here we have to authorize the access to GitHub, which in my case here was already done, but you will probably have to authenticate yourself again. And then here we have all the repos that I have in my GitHub account. And so let's now search for Forkify. Okay, and so this here is the one that I just created previously. So Forkify course video is exactly this one that we created in the last video, right? And of course, yours will have to have a different name, but simply select that one then right here. All right, then we can change which branch we want to deploy. And so we have these two, right? But of course, we want the master branch. But now here comes the question. So where is the code that we actually want to deploy, right? Because remember, the code that we do want to deploy is in the dist folder of our code. So if you go back here, the code that we manually deployed before was this dist folder. However, this dist folder is not in our repository, right? But that's not a problem at all, because we can now tell Netlify here to run our build command whenever there is a change in the repository. And so this is really, really powerful. So let's come here to our package.json, and our build command is this one. And so here, let's just copy this build command. And so Netlify will then basically install all these dependencies and also these dev dependencies and run this command. Okay, so basically what we did manually also on our local computer, Netlify will do it for us. Okay, and then finally the publish directory. And so that is our dist folder. So this is where the code will live after this build command is executed, right? And now let's hope that everything works here, because it's not always that smooth, but let's see. And it is starting up here. So let's wait what happens. So we can also click on the details here, and you see that it is doing something. So it's installing the npm modules apparently. Now it's building all of our assets here. So this is growing really fast. It's not really important also. What matters is that our build command was apparently understood. So it's doing all of this stuff. And here we get now the exact same message that we got previously, also offline. So also on our local computer, right? So where is that? Yeah, so this one here. So it's exactly what we got before, right? And so then Netlify build was complete and the site is live. Okay, so let's reload here. And everything works. And remember that our current site right now has in the controller this welcome to the application. And so in order to see if everything really worked, that should now be in the console. And bam, there it is. Great. So everything worked just smoothly, and I hope that it did the same for you as well. So let's go back here, and here you now get this published tag. And also, I think that on GitHub, you can see that if you reload. Well, usually it says something here on the right side, like that it was deployed on Netlify. But in this case, it doesn't happen, but it's also not so important. But anyway, just to make sure 100% that we really have the continuous integration now working, and also so I can show you how handy it actually is, let's simply change our code once again. So what I will do now is to again get rid of this new feature. So this was really just a demonstration anyway. And also let's get rid here of some code that we don't really need. So some older code that was already commented out. This one as well. Okay. And so let's save it and let's add this code as well. So git add all and then git commit with the message of cleaned up controller, and then git push origin master. Okay, there it is. If we reload here, you see we have this latest message here. And now if we come here, let's now reload here as well. And you see that it is now building here our latest commit as well. So the cleaned up controller. Okay, and this is once again going to take some time. So I'm going to be back when this is done. And there we go. So our latest change should now be published. Let's reload. And so now this log should be gone. And yep, it is. And our application, of course, should still be working the same, right? So I am still getting my own super pizza recipe because, of course, I'm still using my same API key here. Okay, and this actually brings us to the end of this section and also to the end of the Forkify project. So it's time to say goodbye to this beautiful and big project that we built together in the last section and that we now finally deployed for the internet for everyone to see it together in this section. So make sure that for all your projects in the future, you do the same workflow as we did here. So adding them to GitHub and maybe even to a public repository so that your potential future employers can actually see that you are active on GitHub. So for some developers, and especially newbies, GitHub also kind of serves as a portfolio so that other people can see how active you actually are in coding. Okay, and that's really all that I had to tell you. And I hope that you're not yet sick of hearing my voice here. And I'm really happy that you came all the way until the end of this section here with me, so that I'm not talking alone here all by myself. But anyway, see you soon in the next section. Congratulations on finishing the complete JavaScript course. And I hope that you had a great time and a lot of fun building all these projects and learning all these new skills, and that you walk away from this course now really proud of everything that you have achieved over the last couple of weeks. And even more importantly, I hope that you're super confident to write your own code now and that you're ready to continue your learning journey. Because as you hopefully know, this is only the beginning. So a course like this can give you a great head start, but now it's really your turn to put in the work and to practice your new JavaScript skills. So come up with ideas for your own small applications, find new coding challenges, or even rebuild some of the applications and challenges from this course. Then, once you feel confident enough with your skills, you can of course start learning popular libraries or frameworks like React, Angular, Vue, or maybe Node.js. And all these technologies will enable you to build even cooler applications and also make you even more qualified to find a real job in the industry. But what matters is that you never stop learning. And that is especially true in JavaScript and front-end web development. Because things change very fast. And so you have to be always learning and be on the top of what's happening in the industry. And I know how challenging that can be. And so in order to help you keep updated, I actually created a newsletter where I share some news, tutorials, and other interesting articles once per month. So if you want to check that out, you can just subscribe over at jonas.io. And now, no matter what your goal is after this course, I'm absolutely sure that you can achieve it. Because I've actually seen many students from this course, and also from my other courses, landing real jobs and actually starting real careers in the web industry. And so I'm sure that you can do the exact same thing with a lot of hard work and dedication, of course. But anyway, to finish, it was really nice having you here, and I'm really happy and grateful to have taken this journey with you. So good luck with your new JavaScript skills, take care, and I see you next time.